Okay, I think everybody is in from outside, so I'd like to get the meeting started. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, great. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, so if everyone would please rise and pay the proper respect. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I'm Bill Schneider, and I live over on Rough Rider Road on the west side of Durham, and I've been elected to be your moderator for the town meeting today. We started town meeting yesterday with the elections of me and the other folks who got elected, and then we adjourned it to a time certain this morning at 9 o'clock, and so you're all here for town meeting. I'd also like to have the select board and the budget committee introduce themselves if they would. So Kevin?
Yes, my name is Kevin Meadow, and I am currently the chair of the expo.
I'm Rob Lonto, vice chair of the select board. So this is my last meeting as a selectman, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
Rich George.
I'm Bill Simon. I live on the Stackpole Road. I'm this year's chair of the budget.
Jill Gaston-Gay on Stackpole Road, and I'm the vice chair of the budget committee.
Neil Berry.
Al Carrington.
I'm Heather Roy.
Thank you all very much. I'd like now to recognize Stan, who's the chaplain and the pastor over at the Shiloh Church, to give us a blessing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you recognizing that you are the creator and sustainer of all that we know. And we ask, Father, for your blessing this morning on these proceedings and this afternoon as well. We ask that you help us to communicate well, give us clarity of thought. Your word says if anyone lacks wisdom, all he needs to do is ask, and we ask for wisdom. Help us to understand each other and treat each other with respect. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much for those wise words. Okay, we can start the business now. I would like to use the Maine Moderator's Manual as a guide for procedure here today. Does anybody object to that? Okay, hearing no objection, we'll use the Maine Moderator's Manual as a guide. There are several non-residents and non-voters who may need to speak today, and I'd like to read you their names. Mitchell Berkowitz, the interim town manager, Janet Bowie, the deputy treasurer, Calvin Beaumier, the road commissioner, interim code officer, Robert Tripp, the fire chief, and George Thabarge, the town planner. Is there any objection to allowing these people to speak if they need to? Hearing no objection, these folks will be allowed to speak. I'd like to offer some kind of rules and some guidance for the conduct of the town meeting today. I'd like to have only one person speaking at a time, and I will recognize you. If you're interested in speaking on a motion or something that's pending before the town meeting, I'd like to have you line up at the podium there, and I'll recognize one person at a time to speak. When you get to the podium and it's your turn to speak, I'd like you to have you introduce yourself. It would be nice to know your name and where you live in Durham. When you speak, you should speak to me. Speak directly to me and ask any questions directly of me. If you ask a question, I'll try to find someone who has a good answer for you, and I'll direct them to answer. Please keep your remarks brief and to the point. Everything that you say has to be related to the motion that's before the town meeting at the time. And I just want to tell you that there are 35 articles on the warrant, and if we spend 20 minutes on each article, we'll finish after 8 o'clock tonight. So I'd like to encourage you to be brief, make your point, and then move on. I'm not trying to limit debate or anything. I just want to encourage you to keep things moving and to make your point effective. And please remember that we're all neighbors here. And we're all here because we care deeply about the town of Durham. The meeting will go best if everyone is kind and stays orderly. So thank you for thinking about that. I think I can announce the results of the elections now. There were a total of 440 ballots that were hand counted by the clerk's office. The winners of the election are for Selectman Joseph Tom, who received 327 votes. Joshua Golden also won for Selectman, who won 145 votes. For Budget Committee, Jill Gassingay won 354 votes. Jane Rice won 91 votes. And John Talbot won 86 votes. For the RSU 5 Board of Directors, Michelle Richardson won 231 votes. And so I'd like to congratulate those folks and thank them for their willingness to serve the town. And now I'd like to recognize Kevin Nato, who's going to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, on behalf of the Durham Scholarship Committee and the Board of Selectmen, I have the honor of presenting this year's Town of Durham Scholarship to Nathan Abbott. This is the part where I get to embarrass you a little bit. So I'm told by the Scholarship Committee that there was a very strong pool of candidates this year, but the committee was especially impressed with how well-rounded of an individual Nathan is. He presented a very strong academic high school record and coursework geared towards his post-graduation goals, actively participated in a variety of extracurricular activities, volunteered in a variety of ways throughout the community for the betterment of others, had a solid employment history to help him achieve his future educational goals. And Nathan is also an Eagle Scout. And anybody that spent any time at Runaround Pond recently, the guardrails in the information box were Nathan's Eagle Scout project. Nathan has a very bright future in front of him. He has chosen to attend Norwich University and study mechanical engineering in the fall. He was also recruited to be a member of their Division III baseball program and will sign his letter of intent on Monday at Freeport High School. Nathan has worked very hard balancing his academic, athletic, and community endeavors. We are all very proud of his accomplishments, and we wish you well on your continued journey. I don't know, if everyone hear me okay? I guess I gotta keep this microphone. Just a couple of other things I wanted to mention before we get into the articles. First off, I wanted to offer a sincere thank you to the town staff for all the work that they've been putting in, especially the last couple of days. Election day is always a very long day. That's like a 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. day, oftentimes
sincere appreciation to town staff and to also all the volunteers that work the polls and the registration tables, both yesterday and today. So a round of applause for them. I also want to take the opportunity to formally introduce Mitch Berkowitz as our interim town manager. Mitch has a wealth of experience from several towns in Maine and is going to be with us for the next few months and also help us in the search process for our next regular town manager, which we will be starting on at our select board meeting this Tuesday. We will start the discussion of what does that process look like, what does the public involvement, public participation aspect of that look like. So that discussion will start Tuesday at our regular board meeting. Mitch, I'll kick it to you if you want to say a few words.
Pleasure meeting all of you. I hope to have the opportunity to serve you well and to move the process along. I think this is a good start, and thank you.
All right, so let's get going. Article 3 says to see if the town of Durham will vote to raise and appropriate an amount not to exceed the 2021 Durham municipal budget for any budget articles not approved in this form.
Mr. Moderator, point of order, I'm sorry. Article 3 was a remnant from when we had to do the written ballots vote last year. So that the board actually removed that question. It was a clerical error that was included on the warrant. So that question was actually not approved by the board to be on the warrant because it's not relevant to the local town meeting.
All right, so I'm assuming, does anybody want to move this article? If no one moves it, then we will pass on and move to the next article. Okay, this article fails for the lack of a motion. The capital improvement articles, Article 4, to see if the town will vote to appropriate and transfer $63,000 from the Fire Department Capital Fund for the purchase of self-contained breathing apparatus, air the article is approved. Now I'd like to proceed for the rest of the articles by just referring to the article number and not having to read the whole article. Does anybody object to that? There are objections? Okay. That requires a, I'll just read the articles. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to appropriate and transfer $220,089 from the Public Works Capital Fund and raise and appropriate $21,911 for the purchase of a tandem axle plow truck. Do I have a motion?
I make the motion.
Okay. When you make a motion, it would help the clerk if you'd say who's making the motion, because I don't think she can see.
Simon, make the motion.
Is there a second?
Jill Gaston Gay, second.
Okay. We have before us Article 5. Is there any debate on the article? Seeing no one interested in debating, I would ask if you would like to see this article approved, would you please raise your card? If you'd like to see this article defeated, would you please raise your card? A clear majority having voted to approve the article is approved. Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $101,000 for stream crossings, culvert replacements on Swamp Road and Quaker Meeting House roads. Municipal share $101,000, state share from stream crossing grant $250,000. Do I have a motion?
Move acceptance of Article 6 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion being presented before us has been moved and seconded. Is there any debate?
Good morning. My name is Rod Stimson. I live on Anderson Road. Not so much a debate, just a question. It seems to me in past town meetings, before we started passing all these options to raise taxes, we used to be told if we passed all of the raises, this would impact your mill rate by X. If we turn it down, it'd be. Can we, at this point, interject that just so? I just don't know if I want to keep raising these funds, not knowing what it's going to do to my tax base.
Sure, that's an excellent question. Mr. Netto, can you provide an answer?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder on that. So if all of the select board recommendations were adopted, then the estimated, this is for the municipal budget only, the tax rate would be 1.6% in your total tax rate increase from the municipal budget, or 0.32 mil. If all of the budget committee recommendations were accepted, it would be 0.27 mil and a 1.3% increase. Both of those, in both cases, we would be under the levy limit, regardless of whether it's select board or budget committee. Where there is the potential risk of exceeding the levy limit is if, and I think this is very unlikely, but if the town took the highest recommended amount on every question, then we would exceed the levy limit, and that would require the written vote at the end of towards the end of the town meeting.
Just as a clarification, could we have, do we know the mill rate itself, 1.9% really doesn't register in this little brain of mine, the actual dollar amount.
The current mill rate is $20.70.
Per thousand.
So the current's 20.
Per 100, yeah. Per
So if everything the selectmen wanted to go through, what would that make the new mill rate?
Well, we can only estimate that right now we're saying we're increase it 32 cents. But I want to caution that that's an estimate, and the final result is almost always lower than that. And the reason being that we can only estimate and calculate on the previous year's total taxable valuation in the town. That's the state valuation, not the local valuation. So that typically goes up 2 to 3% a year, which when you have a bigger number there, it results in a lower mill rate increase. So you can think of the 32 cents and for select board and 27 cents for budget committee as kind of a worst case scenario, but it's likely to be a little bit lower than that.
Well, thank you. That's really helpful. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your question. Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious if Calvin would be able to give us a summary as to the benefit or need of doing these culverts. I understand we already have a large grant, but if we choose not to increase the tax money today, is this something that we have to do?
Is there someone who would answer that question? Yes, sir.
So I'm Calvin Bowyer, Road Commissioner for the town of Durham, and these grants are being issued because one of the stream crossings, and these in particular were identified as being perched. They were, for whatever reason, put in above the stream channel, and the one on Small Road has frequent flooding over the roadway. It's not designed to handle the stream flow that comes through there in significant storms. So eventually, before these become punitive, they're offering money for us to go out and fix them voluntarily, and they're offering to pay a significant portion of it. So these are $125,000 a piece that they're willing to pay.
Ma'am, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Joseph Roy. I live on Pinkenbrook Road. I think it's a great idea, especially with Swamp Road. We know that the crossing is problematic. My only question is, and probably for Calvin, is are we going to be adopting any sort of what's called stream smart principles? You know, a lot of municipalities have been able to send people to get training on this. It talks about things like spanning 1.2 bank full width, open bottom to keep a characteristic under the crossing that's more similar to that that's in the stream to promote better fish passage and fish habitat. You know, some of these streams have brook trout and things that people really like to fish. So I'm just wondering if we're going to be adopting those principles when we design the crossings and replace them.
Is anyone able to answer that question?
Well, there is training provided at the state level that I've attended, and we will, due to COVID, they've stopped a lot of the trainings, most all of them, and they're just starting back up now, but we certainly will be attending the training, and we do apply all the best management practices when we're putting culverts in and throughout the town. But the other training is definitely going to be undertaken.
So does that mean that it's going to be replaced with culverts, or are we going to do any sort of bridge crossing or open bottom culverts?
So these culverts through the grant process are open bottom. They're natural to restore the natural stream channel. The smaller ones that we do are culverts, typically that are just drainage, but it's not streams. Anything in the stream would be approved through DP and Army Corps of Engineers, and would be open bottom. It's going to be the new requirement, which is why these culverts now that are in the stream channels are smooth bore, HDPE and metal culverts, and they're not appropriate for fish passage and other wildlife. So that's anything that's a stream would be done at open bottom.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Jane Rice, Bowie Hill. I'm curious if this project would have been part of like a 10-year plan that we had, or did it just come about because there's free money, which I'm all about free money, but what if we do this, does it push something else out because we're spending the money on this versus something that was higher on the list?
Is anyone able to answer that question?
Calvin? I think this probably would be a Kevin question, but it was in large part due to the free money and taking advantage of that from a timing standpoint. How that affects the long term, that's to do with more of the finance department, so I'll let Kevin handle that.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is that we have a capital improvement committee, and they review all of the various things that are submitted each year, all the departments for capital improvement, and this was one of the things that was submitted for review, and then that CIP committee takes all the information and they rank in order of what they see as the priority of capital improvement projects for the year. And this one was number 2 on the list behind the breathing apparatus for the fire department. So it's been pretty thoroughly vetted by the CIP committee and justified in their eyes to receive the second highest priority rank in terms of what we're spending capital on this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Michelle Richardson, I live in Patriot Way. I just wanted to, I'm in favor of this article, and I just want to say that I appreciate the creation of the Capital Improvement Committee. I think this is a great example of when you have a plan and you think these things out farther into advance, and you know what's coming, and you're not caught with emergencies that we have to fix on the spot. It allows us to be flexible to take advantage of opportunities like this with the grants. So when you've got a plan where everything isn't an emergency, you can be more thoughtful. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your very thoughtful questions and comments. Are we ready for the question?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes. Who's speaking? Oh, yes.
Neil Berry. Just a little more information regarding the budget totality. I have a number. The select board provides us with a spreadsheet graciously that we track budget recommendations on, as well as last year's budget. And if we use the number that Michelle Richardson gave me the other night for Freeport, our portion of the RSU 5 budget, which is $5,613,000 approximately, the budget committee's mill impact would be 1.07, which is a 5.2% increase. And the select board's mill impact would be 1.12, which is a 5.4% increase. That's the total town budget estimate.
Thank you very much. Okay, are we ready for the question? This is Article 6, to raise and appropriate money for stream crossings and culvert replacements. Everyone who's in favor of this, please raise your card. Thank you. Everyone who's opposed, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted the affirmative, Article 6 is passed. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to appropriate and transfer $60,000 from the municipal capital account for a market-based revaluation. Is there a motion?
Motion, Milt Simon.
Is there a second?
Second, Jill Gaston.
Article 7 having been moved and seconded, is there any discussion? Yes.
Just a little explanation on what this is about. So recall the last time the town did a full revaluation, I believe the work was done in 2009 and it impacted 2010 tax bills. This is not that. This is a, you could call it a paperwork revaluation. This is not where people are going to go around and want to enter every home or whatever. But the reason for doing the revaluation is we are required by state law to actually keep our valuations within a certain threshold of the market, and we have decreased significantly relative to market over the last few years, and as a result, nobody's getting 100% of the homestead exemption that you would be entitled to if we were at closer to full valuation. And so the purpose here is to spend, what is it, about $60,000 versus $260,000 for a full evaluation that would take, at least another year or two and further delay people getting full credit for their homestead exemption. So this is kind of an intermediate level evaluation which would hold the town for several more years.
Thank you very much. Is there any further debate? Yes, ma'am.
Jane Racing on Royal. My concern right now would be that the way that the housing market is going, valuations would be so high that it may negatively impact certain people. And we have a lot of developments going in, so wouldn't we want to wait until we get them up and running in order to capture that also?
Is anybody willing to answer that question? Yes, Kevin.
We asked the same questions of the town assessor, and her advice was to proceed because the newer homes coming on the market, because they're newer and just coming on the tax rolls, they're going to come on at very close to market value. And so, and the other thing to keep in mind is that even if the total valuation of the town increases, and if the budget were the same for a given year, the mill rate will go down. So the mill rate is always a calculation of, based on your valuation and how much money you need to raise in taxes, what does that calculate, what does that result in terms of the mill rate? But if your valuation number is higher, then your mill rate number gets lower.
So what are we actually losing in the homestead piece, like as a whole? What are we losing?
Yeah, so I don't have the hard number example, but for instance, you might only be getting 75 to 80% of the credit homestead exemption on your property tax bill versus full credit, and that will eventually, if we don't do something, then eventually that gets to the point where the state will intervene and make us do something, and that might trigger a full revaluation. this and get people closer to, again, full valuation so that they can claim the full homestead exemption. But the objective here is not to increase anybody's taxes. It should be, kind of like a rising tide, everybody's kind of going up and down together. Whereas when we do a full revaluation, that's when you have scenarios where they will tell you that about a third of the people will end up paying more, a third will pay less, and a third will be about the same. And that's not the case with the market revaluation that we're talking about here.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy, Hallowell Road. My question is how long the market reval defers a full reval? Is it based on a percentage? Does this get us 5 years down the road? At what point are we required to do a full?
Is there someone who could answer that? Yes, Kevin.
There's no way to know that for sure. It kind of depends on what continues to happen with property values. So if we do the revaluation and then if values continue to go up like on an extreme slope, then it depends on how far away the actual valuations get from the market valuation. So that's really dependent upon the market. I'm not aware of any specific trigger in the law that would puts a time limit on how good a market reval is versus a full reval. I think what the state is most concerned about is that on your tax rolls are your property values within a certain range of what the actual market values are. But we expect, certainly 5+ years that it would put off having to do a full revaluation.
Okay, and so if we do this, this is obviously going to bring up the town's total valuation number, which would then also affect our position in the school budget. Is that correct?
No, the state valuation that's used for school funding is a separate number. That's a state number.
And how is that arrived at?
You have to ask the state that. I don't know.
So our town's assessed value through the state doesn't come from what the valuation is through this process?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Joe Roy, Pinkenbrook Road. My only question is, it sounds great if everyone's going to get a little bit more of their homestead tax exemption. Does that also imply that people who receive the renewable energy investment exemption, will this impact them in any way, shape, or form?
Can someone answer that question? Kevin?
Well, I can say I don't know. I haven't heard of anything other than the homestead exemption that is linked to this. So I don't. It may be, but I have never heard of it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any more debate? Are you ready for the question? To see if the town will vote to appropriate and transfer $60,000 from the municipal capital account for market-based revaluation. Everyone who would like to see this article approved, please raise your card. Everyone who would like to see this article defeated, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted to approve it, Article 7 is approved. Article 8, to see what sum the town will vote to appropriate and raise for the fire department capital fund for future fire apparatus expenditures. Do I have a motion? All right, we have the moved and seconded. Would you like to move?
I'm sorry, I have to correct. I didn't know, this is one where the budget committee and the select board don't have the same recommendation. So I will move, because I guess the stuff, we have an even number of articles, right? So I will move that we accept the select board's recommendation of $59,000.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Article 8 having been moved and seconded, is there any debate? Okay. Everyone who would like to see what sum the town will vote to appropriate and raise for the fire department capital fund for future fire apparatus expenditures? Yes, please. Okay, sure.
I thought there was somebody else getting ready to stand up. The reason why the budget committee voted $50,000 as opposed to $59,000 was because historically we've never done the original $100,000 ask, which I guess folks out there might not know. The original request for this was $100,000 for both fire and public works. We haven't done $100,000 for a long time, if ever. So I had it in my head that $50,000 was more appropriate. And then we had a change in the budget request on the stream crossing article. It went up $61,000, I think it was, from the original quote, or the original estimate. The actual quote came in $61,000 higher. So we came up with another $50,000. It was that simple.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Do we know how much we took in from the rescue revenues last year?
Can someone answer that question? Yes, sir.
Good morning. Your fire chief, Rob Tripp. I go by Rob. The answer to that is roughly $45,000. We're almost a new year into our Comstar billing. That's the third-party company that we use to do our ambulance revenue or rescue revenue. I just pulled the latest. They're at roughly $39,000 from their last quarters that they report from. They're still collecting from the third and fourth quarter. They project an 80% sort of take back. They're at about 65% right now, and I've already had a meeting with them last week to see if they can get those revenues out. But the shorter answer is $45,000 currently.
Thank you very much. Does that answer the question?
That answers the question, and sorry I didn't introduce myself, Jeff Wakeman, Middlebrook Road. The only reason I asked that is because in prior years, that money was automatically rolled over into the capital account, and then we often voted $25,000 to $30,000 more into it. And I just wanted to make that note on that.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, Will Werner. I live next door on Patriot Way. I was just hoping that somebody could speak to the intended use of the future fire apparatus expenditures. You know, I'm sure it's important, but I just don't, it's not clear from the article how that money would actually be spent and should be.
Can somebody answer that? Chief?
That's how it's done, Calvin. You wait. So the real answer, thank you. Honestly, that's an intelligent question. I'm hoping to build roughly 150,000. Your fire apparatus, which we have 6, a brush truck, a tanker, 2 pumpers, the quint, and an ambulance. There's 6. They average currently almost 14 years old. Certainly the quint is an outlier at a 1994, but you have a new pumper in 2019. The ambulance is a 2019. But maintenance costs these days are through the roof. It's road mileage, it's fuel, it's refurbishing. I hope next year the quint will be looking at a 30-year-old truck. It is serviced well. I do not want to replace it. I don't foresee any purchases for the fire department, but just upkeep on these very large trucks cost money. So we're building a pool. The quint, the generator will be 30 years old. That will need to be replaced. The lighting is antiquated. The hydraulics need to be certainly certified. So this is a pool. Probably come back next year, just so we can build that pool and maintain what we have. That's the ultimate goal.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was a very helpful answer.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Paul First, Chesley Hill Road, and Chairman of the CIP Committee. I just wanted to reiterate what Jeff Wakeman said with regard to the fact that last year voters approved that unspent operational funds and rescue revenue be returned to the undesignated fund rather than to their capital reserves. So it's really important this year and moving forward that we allocate more money to those reserves at town meeting. And that's why this year is different. The other thing that I wanted to say is that the request, which was based on a capital plan, is for $100,000. So this is not the full request, and it's already a scaled back number, the $59,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Neto.
I just wanted to add a little information to Jeff Wakeman's question. If if you look at Article 19, part of the money that's the debt article with all the bonds and everything, including the ambulance bond. So the $41,110 from ambulance revenue is being allocated to help offset that, the cost of the ambulance bond. So that's where that money went.
Thank you. Ma'am?
That was my question. Thanks, Kevin.
Outstanding. He anticipated your question. Okay, are we ready for Article 8? To see what to set the sum the town will vote to appropriate and raise for the fire department capital fund for future fire apparatus expenditures. It's been moved and seconded that that amount is $59,000. Everyone who's in favor, please raise your card. Okay, put it down. Everyone who's opposed, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted in favor, Article 8 is approved at $59,000. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $49,000 for the Public Works Capital Fund for future equipment purchase. Is there a motion?
Bill Simon, motion.
Is there a second?
Jill Gaston-Gay, second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll put the question, Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $49,000 for the Public Works Capital Fund for future equipment purchase. All in favor, please raise your card. Put it down. All opposed, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted to approve this, Article 9 is approved. Article 10. These are the ordinance warrant articles, and I want to tell you in advance that these kind of ordinances are written with the assistance of town attorneys and from guidance from the state, so they really have to be taken the way they're voted up or voted down, the way they're printed. They can't be amended on the town floor. So, Article 10, to see if the town will vote to enact amendments to the land use ordinance and zoning map, as set forth in the document. Town of Durham land use ordinance is adopted at town meeting April 6, 2021. Proposed revisions for town meeting April 2nd, 2022. Part 1, amendments to resource protection district standards and boundary. Article 2 in the official zoning map, to revise the resource protection district criteria and boundary to match the most recent natural resource inventories and replace outdated and inaccurate restrictions on the property use and development. Do I have a motion?
Kevin Ditto moves that we approve the ordinance change as presented.
I didn't hear that. Could you say it again?
Kevin Ditto moves that we accept the ordinance change as presented.
Is there a second?
Second, Rob.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I understand George would like to say a few words about each of these as they come up. And George, please introduce yourself.
Yes, I am George DeBarge, town planner, and we did hold a public hearing on March 15th, so I'll just give a real short summary of the proposed changes for Part 1, which is the Resource Protection District. In 2019 actually, the town meeting adopted a new comprehensive plan, and that replaced the one that was approved by voters in 2002. And the major policy change was to eliminate the growth district and the growth management program that tried to funnel all the growth into the Southwest Bend Growth District. And so at that time, the voters approved a new comprehensive plan that basically called for the same rural density across the entire town, but to look at the environmental protections provided by the zoning and other mechanisms to try to make sure that that policy change was not going to be detrimental to the natural resources of the town. The 2018 comprehensive plan also recognized that the data used to prepare the current zoning map of the Resource Protection District was based on studies and maps that had been done in the 1970s and 1980s, and were really outdated and inaccurate, so that you had a large number of landowners with land in resource protection which did not meet one of the stated criteria of the ordinance as well as the zoning map itself, based on that mapping. So the comprehensive plan recommended doing an analysis. The first step, we worked with the planning board to look at what under state law must be in resource protection. And hired an environmental consultant, Michael Morse, who used to do the DEP. His analysis indicated that only the land along the Androscoggin River, which has floodplains and steep slopes within 250 feet of the river, was required to be resource protection. And then about half of the area around Pond, which is wetland within 250 feet of the pond, under state law has to be resource protection. And there were a couple of other small spots. So then I looked at incorporating the data from the Beginning with Habitat program, provided information from the state of Maine, and it was pretty clear that the major component of the current resource protection district was based on floodplain maps. The actual map referred to a 1938 flood on the Androscoggin River, which gives you an idea of how outdated it is. So the state and the federal government have provided more accurate mapping, and that resource protection district based on floodplain will shrink considerably as part of this proposed change. We did send out a letter to 300 landowners who are affected by this change. And the process of updating the map is being proposed with the select board's approval in 2 different phases. This phase will correct the data that was on existing resource protection properties. So only properties within the existing resource protection boundary will be affected. And then phase 2, which will be considered next year, will look at areas that meet the same resource protection criteria outside of that current resource protection district. So I'll just close by summarizing or stating the 6 criteria, 4 of which are actually in the ordinance and on the map currently. 1 is in the ordinance but not on the map, and then a 6th one comes from the recommendation of the comprehensive plan. So those 6 criteria for resource protection include 100-year floodplains determined by the most recent FEMA flood mapping studies. Secondly, anything that is required to be shoreline zoning by the DEP is also resource protection, with one exception. Some of the farm fields that were added recently, they can be limited residential, which does allow residential development on a limited basis. If any land is within a forested or an open water wetland of 10 acres or more, as based on those Beginning with Habitat maps, that will also be continued to be in resource protection. And land within 250 feet of a wetland has been rated by inland fisheries and wildlife as being moderate to high value for waterfowl and wading bird habitat. And then finally, this is the only really new criterion, and that would be land designated as having multiple natural resources as determined by the Beginning with Habitat program as having a rating of 6 or more, overlapping like deer yard and floodplain and wetlands. Anything that has a rating of 6 or more based on the Beginning with Habitat would also be kept in resource protection rather than taken out at this point.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Joe Roy, Pink Brook Road. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I think it's really great that we can all get here together, see so many faces and talk about this sort of stuff. I appreciate the select board having the hearing that they had on the 15th and, providing us with the electronic version of things and George answering questions. My only concern is reviewing the state statute. When we do zoning ordinance changes, the municipal reviewing authority needs to be the one who hosts public hearings. And by definition in state statute, that is the planning board, not the select board. So we never held the planning board's meeting hearing prior to the select board making recommendations to consider on the warrant. So we skipped a step that is legally required. So I don't believe that if we were to vote on this today, it would be legally binding based off of feedback I've got from a municipal lawyer and other municipal leaders in the adjacent area. So I think that we all want to do this the right way. I know the select board wants to do this the right way, but if we have this vote, we are in violation of law, and it would not be pulled up in a court of law if someone were to choose to challenge it.
Is there anyone who'd like to address that? Okay. Yes, sir. Next person.
Hi, Will Warder. I live next door on Patriot Way, and actually the stream between, so I'm one of the impacted property owners. The stream between the school and Patriot Way is actually wrong on the maps, but on the resource protection maps, that's not what I'm talking about anyway. So if we do approve this, it will remove areas of my property from resource protection, but I'm not sure that I'm in favor of it, and I'm going to speak to a couple reasons why. You know, there's been a lot of discussion in town recently about the amount of development going on. The change proposed for this year will remove areas from resource protection without adding areas to resource protection. The sixth added category here would incorporate into resource protection zones. So the proposal for this year increases the opportunity for development, I believe, without reducing the opportunity for development in the other proposed resource protection areas that were included in the comprehensive plan. Maine state law, MRS Title 30A 4352 zoning ordinances requires that a zoning map describing each zone established or modified must be adapted as part of the zoning ordinance or incorporated into the ordinance. So the proposed map doesn't align with the sixth category of the proposed change to the ordinance itself. So I don't believe that the proposed map is actually aligned with the Maine state law for zoning ordinance requirements. So I'm concerned, for a different reason than the previous speaker, that there could be challenges to the new zoning ordinances, the new zoning ordinance map, if we incorporate it the way that it's being presented to us this year. I do really firmly believe that we should fix the floodplain issues that were proposed for this year. In my opinion, we should be doing it wholesale. I do understand, I fully understand why the board wants to separate the additions and the subtractions, but in my opinion, the right approach would be to do the removals and additions at the same time. And the fact that the proposed zoning ordinance map doesn't actually align with the language in the ordinance, I personally find concerning. So that's what I wanted to speak to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
It's my understanding that the comprehensive plan had 4 criteria, but the ordinance plan has 6. So we're actually making it easier for land not to be protected. So that is concerning to me. It also goes against what the town already voted on that they wanted. I'm concerned that nobody had an answer about the law concerns that have been presented twice now. And I also have concern that we have separated it out because we are allowing land to come out, and then we are going to hopefully try and vote to get land to be put in. And landowners, I don't blame them, they're going to vote for what benefits them, not what benefits the environment or the animals living on their property. So I recommend that we vote this down.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Kevin.
George, did you have any comment on any of the legal questions that have been raised?
Well, let me just clarify, I'm not providing the town with legal input. However, I would point out for the record that we did do a presentation and workshop with the planning board in February. And at that point, we did make a recommendation that the planning board conduct a public hearing, and the planning board determined that since they were not directly involved in the development of the language, they felt it was more appropriate to the select board to conduct a public hearing. So Whether legally that is, you can't do the ordinance, I don't think so. But I just want to point out for the record that the planning board was consulted, and the planning board made the recommendation that the select board be the group conducting the public hearing officially. There were planning board members present at that meeting and participated in the discussion. So I don't see that, correcting your ordinances that are based on incorrect data would not be upheld in court, but again, I'm not an attorney to address that. In terms of whether the map that's been prepared meets the legal requirements of the statute, I think they are fully in compliance, so I'm not concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Matt Ware. I live on Meadow Road, and my property is not impacted, I don't believe, either way by this. So I just had a few questions. I mean, I share the concern that we're taking things out and we're being only offered sort of potential or hope that they may be added back in. But one question that I had was, considered in total with the things that would come out and go in, are those roughly equal, or, I mean, we're only actually discussing one half of the transaction here, and that's all that's on the map is what will come out, but in terms of what would go in, do the scales balance, or?
Sir, you said you had a couple of questions. Why don't you present your question?
Perfect. My other question is, the town has a conservation committee, which is a group that presumably, I know they did a lot of work on things like the comprehensive plan, and I'm wondering, they're a group which considers these sorts of issues to try and achieve the town's objectives as stated in the comprehensive plan. And also, when we did the town survey, there was a large majority of people who spoke to wanting to preserve the rural character of the town. I'd just be interested to hear from the Conservation Committee what their view or recommendation on this is.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody who could answer those questions?
Yeah, Joe Roy, Pink Brook Road. I'm from the Conservation Committee, or Conservation Commission, sorry. Yeah, our recommendation was that rather than split this up into phase 1 or phase 2, we do it all at once. If the argument is that we need to utilize the best available science, it is counter to that argument to say we're only going to utilize half of the best available science. So we said that if we want to take things and correct them to the up-to-date data, it is extremely important that we do that all at once. And it seems a little disingenuous to split it up in a couple different ways, because that wouldn't solve the issue of correcting the incorrect data. So the Conservation Commission wanted to do this in one fell swoop.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody want to answer his first question?
In the first phase, which is to correct the properties that are being restricted by incorrect data, there is no, I haven't done a calculation of how much acreage compared to how much acreage would come in phase 2. And I don't think this is about balancing. I think it's about basing your restrictive land use regulations on the most accurate and appropriate data. And so to me, the question of whether it's more or less goes in or out, I don't think that's really necessarily critical to doing the process.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
I think everyone knows at this point, Joe Roy, Pink Brook Road. I just wanted to clarify my earlier comment, just for full transparency. I am in a property that would get more resource protection, so just want everyone to know that as I make my points. Just to kind of recap, before I talk about my opinion on the changes, I just do want to clarify that according to Maine state statute and what I have been told by a municipal lawyer, it is not legal to vote on this without having a public hearing held by the planning board. So that aside, I do want to say that I agree with what George is saying, that it is important to utilize the correct data. I think that everyone on our Conservation Commission feels strongly about that. I'm a wildlife biologist. I was a professional wetland mapper and delineator, so I have a lot of experience with this, as do many of our members. So we are advocating for adopting all this in one fell swoop to correct that data, because it seems like it would be the best thing to do rather than say, let's correct the data 50% and then whatever the other percent is. So I think George has a really good point. The net balance of what ends up in resource protection or out of resource protection should not impact your decision when you're looking at scientific data. So it just makes sense to look at all the data in its totality rather than breaking it off into segments.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy, Hallwell Road. Joe and I are not related. I'm addressing my question to you.
Yes.
The town planner said that 300 properties were notified that their property was going to be impacted. And are those properties that are directly impacted, or those properties, only the properties that are directly impacted?
Is there someone who can answer that question?
Yes, within the existing resource protection district, if based on the map, if any of the resource protection will be changed as part of this vote, then those property owners received a notice.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Is it correct to say then that abutters were not notified?
That would be correct.
Okay.
So I would just like to read something from state statute, if that's okay, Mr. Moderator?
You want to read something what?
From state statute.
Okay.
One sentence, thank you. It said notice must be provided, notice must also be sent to the owner or owners of the property to be rezoned, and to owners of all property abutting the property to be rezoned at landowner's last known address. That's under the zoning state statute ordinance. So on top of Joe's argument, we also have this argument. And as a resident who has been through land use challenges on my own property, small things in the ordinance matter, like shalls and mays. This is definitely something that will be and can be legally challenged if we choose to vote for this today. So I would urge all residents to vote against it because it won't be legally binding. And I think it's really important that we get this right. We're spending a lot of money to align our ordinances with our comprehensive plan. And while I absolutely want these things to happen, I want them to happen with all of the correct boxes being checked so that there are no challenges going forward. Our town is in a position where we're extremely susceptible to growth pressures, and there will be developers that come in with a lot of money that will be able to fight these challenges. And so if we're not checking all the boxes and getting this done correctly, I think it's going to put the town at risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Michelle Richardson. Kevin, did you want to answer my question before I asked it? No? Okay. I have two. So one is, I apologize, I couldn't make it to the public hearing, and I'm not sure if we talked about it there, but I'm curious of why the decision to separate the adds and the subtractions. I'm curious about that. And then I'm also curious if we vote this down today for that reason, to try and put them back together, fix any potential legal questions, does that eliminate, or does that automatically mean we can't revisit this until next town meeting? Is it a full year before we can address this?
Yes, Kevin.
So first, well, let me do the second part first, because that's the easy part. Any ordinance change needs to be approved at a town meeting. It doesn't have to be the annual town meeting. It could be a special town meeting, but it has to be at a town meeting. So likely, especially if what comes out of here is that people want to vote on everything together, because of the work's involved in terms of publicly vetting and working through phase 2 that puts property in resource protection. That's going to take a long time, which is why we put that off to next year. So I'll segue that into the answer of why did we separate them. The board saw this as a pretty clear individual property rights issue. So what we're trying to correct here is that there are people in town that have property incorrectly identified as being in resource protection based on the science. Okay, we are using real data. We have an environmental consultant. The homework has been done on this. So the first step was to correct issues where somebody has property that is shown on the map in resource protection, which limits what they can do, but meets not a single criteria that was identified in the comprehensive plan for being in resource protection. So the low-hanging fruit, or the correction, if you will, was to fix that. We also felt it was extremely unfair, and someone used the word disingenuous, and I will use it right back at them, I guess, to link fixing someone's misidentified property to adding some other property into resource protection. We felt it wasn't fair to hold one person's property hostage to adding another person's property into resource protection. It's a much higher threshold of public involvement, and there are real consequences for the property owner at times if the town votes to put their property in resource protection. You know, it's different when it's in resource protection and it shouldn't be. We've had a couple of situations. We had one local property owner that wanted to, I think it was some sort of a day camp or something they wanted to do on their property. But because they were in resource protection, it wasn't an allowed use under our land use ordinance, so they weren't allowed to do that. So they eventually went through the Board of Appeals process, and they recognized, yeah, based on the criteria, the map is incorrect, it's incorrectly identified, so they received, they were granted relief by the Board of Appeals. So we're already going through legal challenges because the map is wrong. And so what we're trying to do is correct the map so that it doesn't show properties in resource protection that don't meet any criteria to be shown that way, and then won't have those restrictions. And again, phase 2, because it's a much more involved, complicated process, phase 2 would be what property should be based on the criteria shown on the map as in resource protection, but isn't. And so that's the work for next year.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. I guess I would advocate for we've used special town meetings for things and they tend to not be very highly attended for whatever reason. We're all very busy. So I think making sure that it's at an event like this where you've got a lot of voices is important. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Robin Schneider, Eagle Point. This is a really complicated topic, and I would say my bottom line on this is when in doubt, don't. I think we need to pull back. I think we need to do more work, more thinking, more study, maybe delay it by a year while we go through that and get everybody on the same page, at least with the basic facts. I think there's a problem when you raise equity and you're talking about people who maybe should have more protections on their land, but don't, and that's not a concern that they don't have that burden when other people do. I just think there's that equity issue. I think there's a process issue when you're changing a point system from something everybody voted on and agreed on was 4 points, and now it's 6 points. And, you know, we all have been talking this morning about the growth pressures. We talked about market valuation and what Zillow is saying about our property values. We know that the pressure is on this community for more development. We may want more development, but let's be thoughtful, smart, strategic. Let's take in the advice of the experts, our local experts, our commission, our planners. And I just want to share with everybody that there was a report released on March 2nd by the Royal River Conservation Trust. It's amazing for us as a community because it really highlights Durham specifically and Pownell specifically as being these areas of this incredibly valuable land, environmental land, that in Durham's case, as it shows on the map, is really lacking some core protections. So I think we need to wake up. There's a lot of information out there. There's obviously a lot of opinions out here, right? And again, from a conservative point of view, my vote is when in doubt, don't. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Joe Roy, Pink Brook Road. You know, I think that what we need to think about here is, I think everyone lot more built up. And I think a lot of us like living here in a town that's rural, and we can get to the airport in 35 minutes, we can get to major city centers in 30 minutes, and we can have a backyard that our kids and family run around in and play. So a really important mechanism to maintain that family nature and being able to see your neighbor's kids out throwing a ball and have a good time is to have areas that are protected. And we have a lot of resources here in Durham that should receive resource protection based off of the criteria that we have established. And by splitting it up into two, but still showing the second set of criteria where it increases on people, it kind of removes that unbiased approach when you're voting. If you're saying, hey, we're not going to talk about what could be, but here's a picture of what exactly could be. So it just makes it difficult, I think, for us all to have that conversation where we're trying to pretend that we're not thinking about the increased resource protection as we're doing the decreased resource protection. So I think that for that reason, and the fact that it's likely illegal to move forward because of the lack of a planning board-led hearing, we should vote against this and then look to do a special meeting or meeting next year where we can have a hearing prior to the select board making a recommendation on how to proceed, where the public is informed by the planning board. Then we can really take into consideration the Durham that we want to see in the future, that rural Durham, that Durham that has great resource protection where you can go paddling and hiking in the woods and have a good time, that area where you can have space for your families to grow, and use that as the lens how we decide when we see the whole picture at once. So I think we should vote this down and then work to do this all at once, following the proper legal steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call the vote, please.
Well, I think you were the last person who wanted to debate. To call the vote, we'll have to have a 2/3 vote. So is there anybody else who'd like to debate? Okay, so we can move straight to the vote. Excuse me. All right, we'll be voting on Article 10. This is to see if the town will vote to enact amendments to the land use ordinance and zoning map to revise the resource protection district criteria and boundary to match the most recent natural resource inventories and replace outdated and inaccurate restrictions on property use and development. So everyone who'd like to approve this article, please raise your cards. Everyone who would not like to approve this article, please raise your cards. A clear majority having voted not to approve the article is not approved. Okay, Article 11 is also an ordinance board article. To see if the town will vote to enact amendments to the land use ordinance as set forth in the document, Town of Durham Land Use Ordinance is adopted at town meeting April 6, 2021. Proposed revisions for town meeting April 2, 2022. Part 2, amendments to roads. Articles 5, 6, 8, and Appendix 1. To allow driveway rather than road access to single back lots, give clear standards for approving private roads outside of subdivisions, and update the road design standards for subdivisions. Do I have a motion?
Milt Simon, I make motion.
Is there a second?
Jill Gaston-Gay, second.
The article having been moved and seconded, is there debate?
As with the last item, I think it might be helpful and I've been asked to just give a quick summary. There are three main parts to this. The first part is with respect to the access to backlots. Under the zoning, you can do a backlot if you lack frontage on a road enough for 2 lots. And so currently, anyone doing a backlot has to build a 20-foot wide gravel road to serve that single house, which is pretty expensive and kind of defeats the idea of allowing single backlots for more affordable housing. So this would allow a 16-foot gravel road driveway to serve a single backlot, and that driveway would have to be approved by the fire chief prior to the issuance of a building permit, with a turnaround at the end for emergency vehicle apparatus. And so that is the first part of this proposal. The second part is currently the town allows what are known in most towns as private ways, And these are roads serving multiple lots, but not being involved in a legal subdivision that has to be approved by the planning board. In most towns, these private ways go to the planning board for review of the road, the maintenance agreement, and the planning board in this case recommended that the staff review these and approve these, which is currently done. But part of the problem now is that you've got parts of it in the road commissioner and code enforcement officer approval process, and parts of it in the planning board. The planning board approves the maintenance agreement. So it's really confusing as to what kind of approvals you need to do this. And so what this does is consolidates it all, clarifies it, adopts appropriate design standards for these types of roads. During the public hearing, there was input that making it meet the same requirements as the same road in a subdivision in terms of paving it would be really cost prohibitive for a small family development that is most likely to use this provision. And so the select board voted at the last meeting to amend that to allow these roads to remain gravel and not be paved. And the third and final part is I mentioned the repeal of the growth district. The current standards in the subdivision ordinance are still geared toward that. Within the growth district, you have to build a certain kind of road. Outside the growth district, you can do a different kind of road. And so this kind of consolidates into a single road policy that will be applied to all subdivisions and updates those standards to meet current engineering requirements.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Jane Rice, Bowie Hill. Am I correct in understanding that the verbiage that the town will not take on any new roads has been striked out of this?
Can somebody answer that question?
Yes. George, actually, why don't you answer that?
Yeah, I will address the technical aspect and then you can address the policy aspect. As I said, the current ordinance language is a little bit confusing on this, and that language is in there under roads to clarify that these types of private roads are not being proposed for public acceptance, and so the paving is the issue. So this entirely strikes out that current section, which did include that clarifying language about accepting or not accepting, and that's a whole different issue about what roads the town will or will not accept. So that language is being stricken, but it doesn't apply to the question of whether the town will or will not accept roads.
Kelly?
Yeah, and just to add on to that, so there's nothing here that creates any new obligation for the town to accept any new roads. Currently, there is no mechanism in place for the town to accept new roads. We would have to develop that and bring it in an ordinance form to a meeting, town meeting, for approval by voters to ever do that. So there's nothing in here that obligates the town in any way to take responsibility for a new road.
Okay, so if that verbiage is not in there, somebody could challenge that, correct? In the future? Come on.
Well, people can challenge anything. I mean, I'm not going to play amateur lawyer, but there's nothing in the ordinance that would lead to acceptance of a new road. There's no mechanism for making that happen.
George, you have more to add?
And I would point out that section 5.23C of the draft language specifically says the plan shall bear notes that the town of Durham will not be responsible for the maintenance, repair, or plowing of the private way. So that it can't be done.
Jane, if you would kind of address your question, if you like.
But we're striking private way, correct?
Well, George, I need you to answer that to the whole group.
The current section of the ordinance is being replaced by a new section. So the current section includes strike-through language but there's new language being put in that says that the town, the plan must bear a note that the town will not be responsible for the repair, maintenance, or plowing of the road.
Thank you. Ms. Rice, any more?
I guess I'm not understanding that, so I'm just going to walk away and maybe someone else will clarify it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Will Werner, Patriot Way. In regards to the previous question, I have the language in front of me. So the proposed section 5.23 that we're talking about is in regards to private ways. The language in the title paragraph states, the road commissioner may approve the use of a 50-foot private way to provide frontage and access to multiple individual lots of land in accordance with the following provisions. So the proposed language is, in my understanding, a private way provision in the ordinance. So that's not what I came up here to talk about, but that's my understanding of it, is that it does address private ways. Private way was struck out in other sections, but in other areas. But so what I wanted to comment on is paragraph E of section 5.23, which states, the construction of private ways shall meet the construction standards for minor local roads found in Appendix 1, except for paving and the erosion and sedimentation control standards of Appendix 2. So I deal with requirements for a living. I work for the Navy. To me, and a lot of what I deal with is differences in interpretation of requirements and the challenges that those differences in interpretation present. And to me, the wording of E, I believe that the intent of E is for people to be able to tack on a backlot every 2 years without having to pave the road to access those backlots. I believe that's the intent of 5.23E. As a town, I think we need to think about whether that's really what we want. I think that unpaved backlot roads present issues later down the road when, a lot of people probably want this for their property. It's a balance, clearly a balance of property rights versus what's best for the town. But, people want to develop a backlot for their kids or their nephew or whoever. But later, sometime down the road, that lot's going to get sold to somebody who's not a family member, and now you've got a windy dirt road that's hard for emergency vehicles to get down, that's hard for vehicles to pass each other, that may be nearly impassable in the spring. So, this time of year, right? So I think that's concerning. But primarily, my concern is in regards to this language that appears to accept paving. It is completely unclear to me, the way that it's written, whether it's intended to accept the erosion and sedimentation control standards of Appendix 2, or if it intends to apply them. So, I think it would be helpful if somebody could clarify what the intent of the way that it's written is. I personally am intending to vote against this unless someone could convince me that the way it's written is clear and can be interpreted clearly, which I don't think is the case currently.
Is there anyone who'd like to make a comment on that?
Yes, as I said, the public hearing that was held as part of the legislative record of the community indicated that the intent was to simply allow an exemption for paving. So the language could be more clearly stated, but the intent originally was to require it to meet the requirements of Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 for erosion and sedimentation control. So the intent on the public record is that the erosion and sedimentation control plans would be required for these roads as much as in subdivisions.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Lee Bollier, Maplewood Lane, which is a private drive off Stackpole Road. I would be impacted by this article, and I would deeply appreciate your approval of it, because if one of my kids, Celia and Alec, would like to move home and build a house on the 35 acres that's in front of me, I would have to pave the quarter mile of Maplewood Lane under the current ordinances at a cost of probably $300,000, which would not be cost effective. And I ask for your approval so that I may use my land as I had originally planned.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mike Abbott, Garrish Lane in Durham. I wanted to ask a couple of clarifying questions. Actually, first of all, to point out one minor thing about on section 5.7, part A5, where it says the driveway shall be required to be 16 feet instead of 20 feet. I believe the 16 should be underlined as that's new wording. So that's just a minor thing. But I wanted some clarification on a couple of things in 5.2 and 5.7. The new requirements for to allow a driveway to be constructed to access a back lot. Basically, still maintaining the 50-foot right-of-way, but allowing a smaller width down to 16 feet. Is there still a requirement in the ordinance, which I don't have the whole ordinance in front of me, but that access has to come directly from a town road? Or is this allowing these 16-foot driveways to be built off other driveways or non roads that don't meet those standards?
George, can you answer that?
The backlot standards do require you to be coming onto a road. It can be either a private road or a public road, but you could not do a driveway on top of a driveway. So what this does is if you have frontage on a state highway, on the state roads, on a town maintained road, or on a private road, you can use the frontage created by the backlot access to do a backlot. So, but it doesn't allow driveway on driveway on driveway. So that's hopefully answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My question is, the notes that are written at the bottom of the sections, are those also being adopted as part of the ordinance, or are those just notes for us in this process to understand what the intent is?
Can somebody answer that?
No, those are not part of the ordinance, and the cover indicates those are just explanatory notes to help the average reader understand what is the intent of the strike through and the underlining. And the earlier speaker was correct, there should be underlining under the new 16-foot standard, but I don't think it nullifies the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So first I just want to say to everyone who's here to vote on the budget, thank you, and I'm sorry that we are nitpicking this stuff if your primary goal in this is the budget. These things in the long run I think will have an impact on our tax dollars, and so I appreciate everyone's patience as we deal with this before we get to the budget part.
There's no need to apologize. You're engaging in debate, and it's appreciated by everybody.
Thank you. So it's hard when you're not looking at this document as an entire document and you're piecemealing it to make it make cohesive sense. I appreciate the work that George has done, because I know, as I was speaking to before, that the way that our ordinance currently reads, there are a lot of, for lack of a better word, loopholes. My question is, under the appendix, well, one of my questions is, under the appendix, do subdivision roads also fall under section 1.1, road classification and construction?
George, can you answer that?
Yes, they do fall under section 1 of the appendix of roads.
Thank you.
If they're in a subdivision.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So then I would reiterate Jane's statement that by explicitly striking the words that the town will not be accepting roads, if subdivisions are defined by these terms, C says newly constructed streets and roads. So that may cover us for anything going forward. I don't feel like that covers us for anything that currently exists. My other concern is that D reads, streets serving no more than 3 dwelling units may be left unpaved so long as they meet the base and substandards for gravel and other applicable requirements below. While I empathize and agree with Lee's statement and don't necessarily feel as though those private ways should be paved, that I empathize with that expense. My concern is that the way that this is reading is that subdivisions are no longer required to pave after, what is it, the third lot? Is that what it is right now? Juliet, do you know? After the third lot. That this removes that designation.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone want to address her last concern before I ask my question?
Again, section 5.23 is being clarified to only apply to these private ways. The subdivision regulations have different language and would apply the full standards, including the current requirement that any road serving 4 or more lots must be paved in a subdivision.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Who's responsible for making sure that the maintenance plans are followed?
Would anybody like to address that? Yes, Kevin.
I don't, ultimately it's the association itself that is responsible for its own road. The town's role is to make sure that there's an agreement in place. And George, jump in if I misstated anything there, but that's my understanding. And George said he's had that, I have that right. That's the essence of a private road. So while I have the mic, I'll answer the question that came up related to that. Is like, the town's interest in private road pretty much stops at public safety, and that's where a certain width for emergency vehicles, a turnaround for emergency vehicles, a certain standard of a gravel bed and bedding so that the road actually stays viable. That's all public safety. Where the board took the paving requirement out because we didn't see that as a public safety issue, and if we're going to not take responsibility for the road, it didn't seem right to impose a requirement to be paved that would result in such a tremendous increase in cost. So that's why we took the paving requirement out for these private way roads.
So I guess I should have brought the paper with me for the exact wording, but it also said that you took away the erosion requirements.
No, I think George clarified that. So I'm going to ask that question: is the erosion requirements are still there?
So what's the liability if the maintenance plan isn't upheld and the fire department can't get in to help with an emergency?
I'm not a lawyer, I can't speak to that, but I don't see that. It's not a town liability.
Okay, as long as it's not a town liability, I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So,
I need you to introduce yourself.
Sorry, Will Warder, Patriot Way, live next door. So, section 5.7 for back lots allows the driveway for a single back lot to, quote, be required to be 16 feet wide, and describes the aggregate base requirements. It's my understanding that where 5.23E for the construction of a private way states shall meet the construction standards for minor local roads found in Appendix 1. Can somebody clarify, so the requirement for a minor local road is 20 feet in width. Would the intent of this requirement be that if a driveway serving an individual back lot was constructed to the prior 16-foot requirement, that when it's extended under 5.23, or if it's extended under 5.23, that the entire road, including the original 16-foot wide section, would have to meet the 20-foot wide requirement of a minor local road?
Can anyone answer that? Yes, George Smart again. Yes, the intent is that this will serve as or a subdivision, depending on whether you trigger subdivision review.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So just to clarify then, if you were extending a 16-foot wide, single backlot driveway, the whole thing, as part of 5.23, would have to meet the 20-foot minor local road requirement that's being proposed in the Appendix 1 to the proposed changes?
Can you answer?
The answer again is correct. You would have to improve the entire road to expand it to become a private way, not just the part that's extended.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Russ Coles, New Gloucester Road. I've seen a lot of comment, I heard a lot of comment about the town not accepting any roads, but I can't find that in writing anywhere. I can see language in the existing ordinance that says the town can't accept a road unless it meets standards. It doesn't say that it has to. There's a lot of language that says nothing in the current ordinance or the new revisions requires the town to accept. But I don't see anything in writing anywhere that says the town will not accept.
Yes, Kevin.
So as we understand it and have been advised by the planner, there's nothing to prevent the town, which would be a meeting like this, there's nothing in the ordinance to prevent the town from accepting a road if that's what the town chose to do. But what the point we're trying to make is there's nothing here that obligates the town to take a road. A lot of people, there was a misconception out there for years that, well, if somebody built a subdivision and as long as they built a road to whatever the standard was in the ordinance, that the town was obligated to accept that road, and that's not true. So there's nothing in here that obligates the town. The town could, I mean, I think you could make an argument that, you know, at some point there's going to be so many private roads and there's going to be enough people who say, well, wait a minute, we're paying taxes in this town, why is our road not getting plowed and whatever. So that may come, but there's nothing, in fact, you know, somebody could do a petition to put a question on the warrant next year to accept whatever roads, and the town could vote on it. You know, but there's nothing that obligates the town to accept roads in our current ordinance.
So I've heard people throw out a year, like maybe it was in 2004, that the town said, no, we will not accept any new roads. And again, I've never seen anything in writing that says the town will not. So for instance, Rangdale, that's the town road.
So the language I think you might be referring to goes back to, I believe it was 2002, comprehensive plan that was never certified by the state, which at that point, that's when the growth district was created, and there was language in there that the only roads that the town was obligated to accept were those that were within the growth district. But when we did the comprehensive plan and voted on that, part of the votes that we did is the growth district was eliminated. And so the portion of the ordinance that referred to the growth district and accepting roads within the growth district is gone. So that's what I'm saying, that there's no language in the current ordinance that explains or calls for a procedure for accepting town roads. It doesn't exist in the current ordinance.
Can anybody tell me when the last road was accepted, like for instance, Rangdale?
I don't know, it was 10 plus years ago, right?
Okay, but that's not.
Mr. Wickman may have an answer.
It was within the last 10 years. Sandhill Road was in the growth district was accepted.
Thank you very much. Hang on a second, sir. There's a lady who's going to...
I discussed with her.
Oh, okay.
It was an immediate follow-up to this, but thank you for keeping me honest, Matt Ware, Meadow Road. So just a quick point. I totally understand that there's no stated obligation, which is, I think, as we've discussed, not the same as a stated prohibition. And my concern is that the mechanism you described, Mr. Chairman, is actually precisely the mechanism where if you create a significant ability for the creation of a bunch more of private roads, you actually then create a groundswell that is going to turn into then saying, we actually want the town to accept these, we pay taxes too. But I guess my economic argument would be that the nature of the road was actually baked into the economics of when you did that in the first place and when you further sell it. So when you then say, we pay taxes too, well, you're actually sort of changing the rules and you're kind of nationalizing that at a town level, that obligation, even though it should have actually been included in the value of when that back property lot was created in the first place. So I think that the mechanism you described is actually precisely the mechanism that would occur, which is why I share the concern that the lack of a prohibition is not as strong as if it were actually there.
Thank you, sir. Are we ready for the question? Okay, we're working on Article 11, which is to see if the town will vote to enact amendments to the land use ordinance to allow driveway rather than road access to single black lots, give clear standards for approving private roads outside of subdivisions, and update the road design standards for subdivisions. Everyone who would like to see this article approved, please raise your card. Everybody who would not like to see this article approved, please raise your card. I am in doubt about the result there. So I'd like to try to get everybody who would like to approve this Article 11, I'd like to have you take your card, raise it, and stand up if you can. Okay, please sit down. Everyone who would not like to approve this article, I similarly would like to have you raise your card and stand up if you can. I think we're going to have a tally. It's not clear to me yet which side wins. So I would like to have, once again, everybody who wants to approve this article, please stand up, raise your card, and wait until the tallying person comes around and counts you. We have a tally? Okay. You folks can sit down. Everyone who would not like to approve this article, please stand and raise your card and stay that way until you're counted. Okay, please have a seat, and I'll wait for the clerk to let me know the result.
Mr. Moderator, it was 82 disapproved, 57 to approve.
Okay, the vote was 57 to approve, and
86.
80.
82.
82.
82, I'm sorry,
82 not to approve. So the article is not approved. Thank you for your cooperation in that vote. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to enact amendments to the land use ordinance as set forth in the document. Town of Durham land use ordinance is adopted at town meeting April 6, 2021. Proposed revisions from town meeting April 2, 2022. Part 3, amendments to appeals process, Articles 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, and 18. To eliminate redundant and conflicting appeals provisions and clarify the authority of the Board of Appeals to modify decisions made by other boards and town officials. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve Article 12 as presented.
Is there a second? Second. Article 12 having been moved and seconded, is there debate? Oh, George.
Yeah, again, I'll just summarize the proposed amendments. Currently, the land use ordinance has 19 articles, of which 9 have specific clauses that require and provide for an appeal of decisions, whether it's the select board or the planning board or other town officials. So there's inconsistency. Then you have an overall article that handles appeals of decisions. And so the intent here is to consolidate all of those scattered into consistent appeal language. And the second part of it is currently when a decision of a town official or another board does go to the Board of Appeals, the Board of Appeals has authority as provided in state law to uphold the decision if they found that the ordinance was followed and the decision was based on factual information and an appropriate due process of the procedure. And secondly, if either the ordinance was not applied or the procedures were not followed, it can overturn the decision of the board or official. And then thirdly, if procedural mistakes were made that can be easily corrected, they can remand it back to that board for further deliberation and completion of the process. Currently, the language also authorizes the Board of Appeals to make a decision to change the approval, to add conditions or remove conditions. And that language is being proposed to be removed so that the options would only be to uphold the decision, overturn the decision, or send it back. But they could not conduct a separate public hearing process and come up with a decision that was not consistent with what the original approving board. So it would be more of just an appeals board. That's the intent.
Thank you for that information. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy, Hallowell Road. As a person who's been through 2 appeals in this town, it triggered my desire to be on this board because of this process, and I'd like to encourage residents to vote in favor of this article so that the boards that are doing the work and making the decisions, that work is upheld if it's done correctly, and that the appeals board doesn't have the ability to modify. For example, I sat with the planning board for 9 hours and then came in front of the appeals board. The planning board had all of that testimony, site visit, walkthrough, and then the appeals board was able to add different conditions where they didn't have that same experience. So in order of honoring our elected or appointed officials to the boards that they're on and honoring the work that they do on those boards, I think this is an amendment that should pass. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, are we ready for the question? We'll be voting on Article 12 to see if the town will vote to enact amendments to the land use ordinance to eliminate redundant and conflicting appeals provisions and clarify the authority of the Board of Appeals to modify decisions made by other boards and town officials. Everyone who would like to approve this article, please raise your cards. Everyone who would not like to approve the article, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. A clear majority having voted to approve the article, Article 12 is approved. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to enact amendments to the land use ordinance as set forth in the document Town of Durham Land Use Ordinance as adopted at town meeting April 6, 2021. Proposed revisions for town meeting April 2, 2022. Part 4, amendments to fee schedule, Article 18, to allow the select board to periodically set fees for permits and applications based on analysis of actual costs in comparison with similar towns. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve, Bill Snyder.
Do I have a second? Okay, Article 13 having been moved and seconded, is there anyone who'd like to debate this? Are you headed to the mic, sir? All right. Yes, sir.
Will Order, Patriot Way. Not a debate per se, but just a quick commentary on the proposed amendment to the fees. I think this is a good change that we should enact. We had some good discussion at the hearing in regards to so for anyone that hasn't read it, right, it puts the fee schedule in the hands of the select board. Our fee schedule's out of date and in a bunch of different places throughout the ordinance. I think we need to get it in one place, get it updated. We had some good discussion at the hearing in regards to oversight of that process. I'm going to be voting for this today, but I'd like to see us move towards some type of resident oversight of the process in the future. But I think this is important enough, that in my opinion, we should approve it as is today.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Kevin.
Yeah, he's right. We had some really good discussion, and one of the ideas that came out of the public hearing was should this fee schedule actually be brought to town meeting for approval? And the board did discuss that at the next meeting, and ultimately decided against that for a couple of reasons. One, quite honestly, we just feel like that's our job, and we're elected to do that, and it's kind of an administrative task type of thing. But we could certainly add, it's always a public process, and people are always free to show up and express their views, on a fee schedule when it shows up on the agenda. We can open up the floor for discussion when we're looking at the proposed fee schedule. And then the other reason was, we didn't want to wait a whole another year before we were able to update that fee schedule, because the town is missing out on some pretty significant revenue, especially when it comes to development, subdivisions, and things of that sort. So that was the reason.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, did you get your question answered?
Kind of.
Okay, is that good enough?
Yeah.
All right. If there's no further debate, we're talking about Article 13, to see if the town will vote to enact amendments to the land use ordinance to allow the select board to periodically set fees for permits and applications based on analysis of actual costs in comparison with similar towns. If you'd like to approve this article, please raise your hand with your voting card. If you would not like, put it down. If you would not like to approve this article, please raise your hand with your voting card. Okay, a clear majority having voted to approve the article, Article 13 is approved. All right, we're moving on to the budget articles. Article 14, to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the fire and rescue department budget. Do I have a motion? Yes.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we approve the select board's recommendation of $495,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, Article 14 having been moved and seconded, is there debate? Yes, sir.
I'm not aware from the road. This is just actually a procedural question. On a number of these, there are different recommendations from the budget committee and the select committee. How do we?
What's the mechanism for changing that?
Correct. So if, for example, my personal view is that the budget committee is in panels specifically to do budgetary items. So, that's my default setting, unless I'm convinced otherwise. But how do we access the budget committee recommendations instead of voting on the select committee?
Sure. That's a question I can answer because it's a procedural question. The way to do it is, if you disagree with the way the motion has been made, is to move an amendment. If you get a second to that amendment, we'll vote on that amendment first. If it passes, we'll amend the main motion with the figure that you put in the amendment. If it doesn't pass, we go with the main motion as it was stated.
So could you give me a worked example of how I would do that?
Sure, you bet. If the motion is to raise and appropriate, if the motion is to see what sum will be raised and appropriated for fixing the windows in the gym, and the selectmen recommend $500, and on the warrant, it shows that the budget committee recommends $400. If the selectmen make the motion and they move that it's $500, and you want to go with the budget committee's recommendation, you would come to the microphone and you would say, I move to amend the motion and substitute the amount of $400 for the amount. But yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I'm going to raise a point of order on that. Traditionally, what you would do is someone, if I'm interpreting what you're saying, is you would say, I want to vote this motion down because I think we should adopt the budget committee recommendation. So that's typically been the process. That's how you would access it.
Yeah, that's not how I want to do it. I want to do it with an amendment to the main motion. It makes more sense to me to do it that way.
Since I'm here, I would like to move to accept the budget. I'd like to move to amend the existing motion, and my amendment is that we accept the budget committee recommendation.
Okay, we're looking at Article 14, and we're now discussing an amendment to accept the budget committee's recommendation to raise and appropriate $496,153. So we're talking about the amendment now.
Did he get a second?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. What was the name of the gentleman who made the motion? Matt Ware. Yes, ma'am.
Do you need the name of the gentleman that seconded?
I think we have it.
Fabulous.
Thank you. I appreciate all the help to keep this straight.
So one of the questions that I tend to ask while I'm on the budget committee, and I'm going to re-ask it so it's public, is I would like to know, Mr. Tripp, what grants you have applied for that help to offset this budget, or what grants you have applied for to hopefully help offset future budgets, and if there's anything that the town can do to help you apply or have better success with these grants.
And ma'am, I'm not chastising you, but I'd rather you ask the question of me, and then I'll find somebody who can answer it.
Fabulous. Would you like me to repeat it?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to answer that question? Bueller?
Chief Tripp, thank you, Mrs. G. Actually, I'm sure everyone wants to know what we're doing to offset budgets and keep the appetite of the town fiscally responsible. Grants are a year-long process. We're always applying. There's pending grants. We're awaiting grants. It's actually just a cycle that we continue. Currently, when I got here, I did apply to a forest wildland firefighter grant. We did receive that. That's roughly a $3,000 to $4,000 matching grant. So we're on the hook for $1,500 because we actually received it. I received the equipment, but that wasn't budgeted for. We actually were able to absorb that through fiscal responsibility prior to me coming. Currently, we just took a state surplus. Your interim town manager got a hold of me and said, hey, the state has extra PPE, protective equipment. I called the state and they actually just Thursday dropped off a pallet of gloves and gowns and face masks, sanitizing equipment. So that was sort of a helpful hint, but we did take that. And that just saves our budget. It saves for gloves and PPE for the rescue. I did apply recently this month for MSA Globe. That's 4 sets of firefighting gear and helmets. That's estimated about an $8,000 grant. We only can buy in our budget 2 to 3 fire sets of gear. They're custom gear at a roughly $2,000 a piece. So if we got that, we would be years ahead as far as receiving gear for our firefighters. We also have currently, they're writing a grant. I've delegated to certain members. They're writing a grant to replace our boat. Our boat is more than 20 years old. We got that as a grant. We got it through the Stephen King Foundation. And he is writing it through the Firehouse Subs for a new boat, if possible. I did apply to Anheuser-Busch. Funny enough, they provide drinking water. So that's for rehab and prehab. They assure me it's drinking water. I don't have an estimate, but my guess, that's over $1,000. Those are pallets of water like Poland Springs. Anything we can get to reduce the budget. And we do have storage issues also. I do delegate. Currently, one of our members is writing a radio grant, and that could be upwards of $20,000 to $50,000. And that's through MEMA, that's through the Maine Emergency Management, currently going through that process to submit that grant for new radios. I am halfway through writing another grant for exhaust removal, that's diesel removal from the station. We have 6 apparatus bays. Currently, we do not have diesel when the trucks start up. Sort of, we have a big fan, but we don't have proper removal of the exhaust, which is a known carcinogen. That's upwards of $50,000, and that's through the federal FEMA grants. Also, we have the ARPA funds, which you've touched on previous. I've already been working with that. We are shovel ready with up to 3 proposals for the fire station for infrastructure. So I'll be getting with the board, with that committee, and with the interim town manager to spend those funds. But again, it's a cycle. When somebody comes to me with a hint or a lead, we act on it immediately. And I have kept the board up to date on which ones we've received, which ones we are applying for. That's my spiel. Any questions on that, sir?
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Do you, ma'am?
No, thank you for that, but I was informed I forgot to state my name. So Jill Gastongue, Stackpole Road.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie Costigan, Randale Road. Several years ago, well, a couple of years ago, probably our last town meeting, the prior fire chief had mentioned and had been brought up from the prior year to that town meeting that we were going to be selling some of the equipment to offset the cost of a new truck that we purchased and that we agreed to. And I'm just wondering if that equipment ever got sold.
Is there anybody who can answer that?
I am not specifically aware of that exact equipment. All the equipment the fire department has currently is being used, from the boat to the 6 apparatus and its support equipment. I do know that if we got the new boat grant, that they've already looked into the Stephen King Foundation, who said we could sell the current boat, and that would offset equipping a new boat. So that would be ice suits, ropes, depth finder, those sort of extras that you don't get when you get a grant. But specifically, I cannot speak on that exact from years ago.
Thank you. Kevin, do you have something to say?
Yeah, if I think back in the last time we purchased a new engine, the old engine, there was talk about trying to sell that, but it ended up being worth almost nothing. We ended up giving it away to the vocational program, I believe, for them to tinker around with, because they got to the point where, it was going to cost the town money just to get the thing off the property and have it disposed of somewhere. So we were able to have this group come, take it away, get some use out of it, but it's not in service anywhere as a fire engine.
I just want to clarify, I think that is the discussion that we had, but it was at the same time that we purchased the new and improved souped-up ambulance.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have any...
No, but does that ring a bell that we had that whole discussion? That it might be that piece of equipment that you're talking about.
I don't remember what happened to the old ambulance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy. I'm wondering if there were any grants that were applied for that were not captured.
That were not captured? Does anybody have an answer to that?
With my brief history, we originally, and it's been voted on, the SCBA replacement program, they did receive a grant some years back to replace those SCBAs. That was garnered. They tried, I believe, reapplying, but the FEMA doesn't really let you reapply to things you've already garnered. It's up to the town and municipality to really figure out a way going forward how to pay for those. So they did retry SCBAs, and that didn't work, and thus the vote earlier for capital. Otherwise, in my tenure, we have actually captured every grant so far we've applied for. And that's a true testament, thank you, to the men and women of the department. I might be the ugly face, but they answer to the work, so.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain why that process didn't happen? Do you know
Which process is that?
why that FEMA grant wasn't able to be captured?
I think he said because FEMA doesn't allow you to reapply for grants that you've gotten in the past, but is that true?
It is true. But that particular grant, that specific FEMA grant on a federal level, really lets you apply, and it's a very difficult process. It's not a slam dunk at all. And then it's the federal government that says, hey, we've given you a leg up, we've helped you, now you're on your own to figure out next time. It's not really a reoccurring for those specific items. And every year they tend to sort of detail specifics. Like one year it was apparatus, so a majority of the grants went towards purchasing apparatus. Some years it'll be supporting firefighter health and safety, and again, the Plymouth events or the exhaust is part of the firefighter health and safety. That's why we're going for that. But they do tend to limit how many times you can apply.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
So I guess what I'm getting at is I'm wondering if we're checking all the boxes that we need to check to be able to receive all the grants that we could potentially receive.
The short answer is no, we're not checking all the boxes. I recently was up against the wall. We have a double wide, also known as the modular, behind the fire station. So I've run into opposition, and luckily we still have time, for the exhaust removal grant, because we do not have sleeping quarters at the firehouse. So your fire station is coming on, well, the last addition is coming on 20 years. July 11th, I believe it'll be 20 years old. And there's no sleeping quarters or downtime. There's barely a kitchen and a training facility and a few offices. So it has been brought up in the past, and one of the plans was to make that modular either offices and then turn offices that are at the station into what I would call sleeping quarters. That's just a bed, that's somewhere for privacy. So going forward, and that was a plan in the past, and I am reviewing that now, is bringing the fire station up to code, up to speed, and possibly investing in ourselves. And because if that goes forward, we would have a better leg up on some of these other larger grants, like the exhaust grant.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
How much is that exhaust grant in dollar amounts, do you know?
The most recent quote I have is over $50,000 for a 6-bay exhaust removal Plymouth vent. As we stand, and we're in a new year, it's probably more. But the last one was $50,000.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. I own a daycare, and one of the ways that you can qualify to be able to receive reimbursement, it's not a grant, it's called a food program, where you get reimbursed for the food that you provide to the kids that are in your care. A box that you have to check is that you have a shower in your facility. It makes absolutely no sense. Why would I need a shower in order to receive food money? But I do. That's a box I can't check, so I can't be part of the food program. What I'm hearing is that if we had the ability to have one space that was designated as an overnight accommodation, whether or not it was utilized, the space needs to exist. That opens our ability up to potentially receive grant money that we could be used to offset parts of the department's budget. Is that correct? Thank you.
I'd like to have you answer that for the whole group, if you wouldn't mind.
That particular item is correct. If we did have a space that you could check a box that was overnight accommodations, and there's no definition really of overnight accommodations, then we would be further along in that particular grant process.
Thank you very much. Mr. Netto has something to add.
Yeah, clarifying question, Chief, before you get too comfortable. Would it be fair to say that in the majority of cases, the grants that are available would be for things that would be considered capital expenditures and not so much as have the ability to offset operating budgets, or would that assumption be incorrect?
You are correct. I have found that those grants, both federal and at the state level, are really for capital improvements, those larger purchases. Those smaller ones, as I alluded to, drinking waters, the state wildland, smaller grants really do help offset line items, but you're alluding to state and federal are capital improvement plans.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
John Faith on Swamp Road. I'm also one of the deputies at the fire department. To answer her previous question about selling and stuff like that with the fire trucks and the rescue, I believe Chief Moore was looking into that, and pretty sure we went with just trading in the rescue, the old Rescue 25 for about $3,000, because there wasn't much of a market at the time. There's a ton of other ambulance services were getting rid of their ambulance at the same time, so we were only going to get like $3,000. I think the motor was worth that much with the diesel, so just to help with that. And like the chief said, with the grant, unfortunately, the Plymouth and living quarters go hand in hand with getting those bigger infrastructure plans like that accomplished. So,
thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie Costigan, Rangel Road again. So I get the grant thing and so forth, but one of the questions that I have about is billing. You had mentioned earlier about a third-party billing, to making sure that we are indeed billing out for mutual aid calls, that type of stuff, that we are receiving that revenue. Is that being done, and how is it being monitored, if that makes sense?
That makes sense. Can somebody answer? Yeah.
Currently, as a third-party billing, they are billing our rescue ambulance services. So when we transport only, not a lift assist, not go to your house and manage a finger, but when you transport, and we transport either at the basic level, EMT basic, there's an advanced level, and of course a paramedic level, and there's those check boxes. There's an elaborate system in place that they do bill. Unfortunately, in Maine, we're under, Medicare, Medicaid, state aid,
and they only allow a certain amount per bill. We are capturing as much as we can. There has been talk about maybe billing for automobile accidents. We direct traffic, we mitigate food hazards. That would be a board decision and a discussion at a later date. There are other avenues of revenue, with future discussions. But I am confident that at least the medical side is being billed and as much as we can, and we're capturing as much. Because the third party doesn't get paid really unless they get paid. So unless they do their job, is where some of their revenue comes from.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
I am not sure I'm allowed to say this at this point, so stop me if I can, but I think that that is something that we would like to look at in the future, is that those are billable hours that the town is incurring as taxpayers. Things like automobiles, accidents, and that type of thing. I mean, Dead Man's Curve alone could generate a lot of money, you know? So I'd like to see that later on, is that we look into billing out for those services.
And that was germane to the amendment that we're talking about, so that was fine. Yes, sir.
So speaking that we're actually on talking about amendment, what's the $1,153 difference?
Would someone like to address that?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
When the Budget Committee initially looked at this, the original request was $499,993. There was a charge for unemployment for $3,840, which was not utilized. So the Budget Committee removed that $3,840 from the original request, which we came up with a figure of $496,153. So I basically would challenge the select board and have them identify how they derived at the $495,000.
Would someone on the select board like to address that?
Sure.
It's probably better to phrase it as a question for the select board rather than a challenge.
That's all right. I want to challenge. I think all these articles are, they're top line expenditure articles that we're voting on. There's a lot of line item detail underneath that are, estimates and assumptions and historicals and whatever. But at the end of the day, this amount of money, whatever it is what the chief has to spend on his department as he sees fit. He is not constrained by line items within the budget. So when we were reviewing the budget, we wanted to shave it a little bit. Basically, it was an overall effort to bring the total municipal assessment under the levy limit for the year. And so we basically trimmed a little bit from several different articles. And so that's, and 495 was just a round number. We didn't feel the need to go into the line item detail for that amount of dollars. When at the end of the day, he's not constrained by that line item detail.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I was just asking this because rather than blindly go with one or the other, which I like to know why there's a difference and where the difference is. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Okay. If there are no further comments, we're voting on Article 14, an amendment to accept the Budget Committee recommendation. To amend the motion to accept the Budget Committee recommendation to raise and appropriate $496,153. Everyone who would like to accept this amendment, please raise your card. Everyone who would like, please put it down. Everyone who would like to defeat this amendment, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted to accept the amendment, The underlying motion to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the fire and rescue department budget is amended to raise and appropriate $496,153. Everyone who's in favor of accepting this article, please raise your card. Everyone who's opposed to accepting this article, please raise your card. A clear majority having accepted the article to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the fire and rescue department budget to raise and appropriate $496,153 is accepted and approved. Moving on to Article 15, to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the public works operating budget. Would someone like to make a motion? Yes, Bill.
I'm Bill Simon. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Budget Committee's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Jill Gaston-Gay, second.
Thank you very much. Article 15 has been moved and seconded to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the public works operating budget, and the Budget Committee recommendation is the subject of the motion. Is there a debate? Yes, sir.
Can somebody speak to the $22,131 difference between the Budget Committee recommendation and the Select Board recommendation?
Mr. Sargent.
So the original request was for 1.325618. I believe the Select Board's explanation given for the fire and rescue department budget would be a simpler explanation for their recommendation of $12.50. Unlike the Select Board, we didn't feel that we could come to the town floor and simply recommend a total amount without giving you an explanation of how we came up with the amount. And so we felt that exploring the department's budget by line item was a way for us to give you a qualified explanation. So the Public Works Director attended our Budget Committee meeting, and together we went through his budget line by line. We saw him, he gave us an explanation as to where he could cut. He did try in earnest to match the Select Board's recommendation of $12.50. He was trying to bring his budget down to match their recommendation. He did it with us, making whatever cuts he could, and came down and with us as a witness as to where he could make his cuts, came up with the determination that a 1.272 budget was doable, and we agreed with him. So I know that historically the Budget Committee would make a recommendation that was lower than the Select Board's. We didn't feel we could, with any accountability, just say we think that the budget should be that much lower and not give you a reason why. We did review the Public Works Department line by line. We did ask the tough questions. We saw the gentleman and had respect for the gentleman who was creating the budget, and we could not help him create a budget that was below the 1.272. And that is why the Budget Committee is recommending approval of the $1,272,000 budget.
Yes, Kevin.
So, I appreciate the Budget Committee Chair who would let the Select Board speak for itself. We absolutely review budgets at the line item, but what we don't do is get into, well, you spent $100 on this line last year and 75 the year before, so we're going to change it to, we don't get into that level of detail because we don't feel it's productive. But in terms of the Public Works budget, the amount that we're recommending is $62,353 less than requested. And over the last few years, Public Works has returned the most money, whether to undesignated this year or to their capital fund in years past, in unspent funds. we felt that having them manage to a little bit tighter budget was perfectly reasonable. The recommended amount that from the board is still $144,628 more than last year. $57,000 of that will be needed to fully restore the paving budget to the pre-pandemic level of $375,000 per year. So that leaves the remainder for other operational increases mentioned during the budget presentation. So we didn't just pull this number out of thin air. We think it's a very reasonable approach. And I would remind people that if we continue down the road of approving the highest amount everywhere, we are going to have a levy limit vote at the end. So I would ask people to keep that in mind as well.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Michelle Richardson, Patriot Way. It's a little bit that way. It's infuriating, Kevin, every time I get up here. My question was, we have so far approved both of the higher amounts for, I mean, they were smaller numbers, but the next two are both about $22,000 differences, I think in opposite directions. So at this time, the select board's recommended one is less, the next one is more. So I was just curious what that line, that invisible line in the sand is where we would have to. Is somebody tracking that so we would know?
I'm tracking that in real time.
Okay.
So I will say that it's not a ton of money. So if all the higher amounts that were approved, we would exceed the levy limit by $20,553 against a limit of $1,690,543. So it's not a huge amount, but it does trigger a vote. The town has to vote by written ballot to exceed that $1.69 billion.
Thank you. And my other question is, you also partially answered, of why we were going from actual spend of $1,047,000 to $1,250,000 with that 200. No, that's the raise piece. That's the transfer raise piece. Okay, sorry. I was just looking to try and figure out the versus how much was actually spent in prior years. Because budgets are one thing, but when you compare them to actuals, it's sometimes tells a different story. So the idea of bringing it back for the paving, I think, is solid. We definitely don't want to get in the position again where we have roads that are in dire need of repair. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mark Blake, Stackpole Road. It's good to see we're well recognized up there in the Stackpole Road, too. I'm usually one of the first ones to get up here and say we shouldn't be spending a whole bunch of extra money. But I'd like to remind the town that the last 3 years or so back, we've just spent $4 million on doing all our roads in town. And it sounds as though we've already cut the budget somewhere around 60. So this $22,000 with the cost of fuel and hot top, obviously it's going to go out of sight because it has petroleum in it, I think is a small amount that we should leave in there to make sure that our roads, the maintenance part of them, doesn't go backwards. I know my road's getting, half of it is getting pretty tough. I could use the other half, but the people that live on that half probably ain't very happy. And I'm sure on the other side of town, where I roll around now and then, we end up with the same thing. So for me, at this point, even though I'm usually the first one to say no, I think we should leave that $22,000 in there and go with the budget committee's proposal.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy, Neil, I need you to answer a question, please, if you can. There's a lot of conversation around the levy limit and exceeding the levy limit. Oh, sorry, Mr. Moderator. Sorry.
I was feeling left out for a second.
Okay. Well, so part of it is because I know that Neil's sitting there with a spreadsheet, which is why I was asking. And it might actually be information that's in the report, but I didn't bring it with me. Now I lost my train of thought. Hold on a second. Oh, levy limit. So there's a lot of conversation around either exceeding or not, and everybody's trying to stay under that because we got in our mess that we were in last year. So, can someone report what the approved select board budget as a total is under the levy limit versus the budget committee recommendations under the levy limit? The other thing that I would just like to point out, when we're talking about the public works budget, and I might be remembering this incorrectly, but I don't think so, that when the select board was going through their overall budget recommendation that was coming to us, as Kevin stated, the goal was really to not exceed the levy limit. Would you say that that's true? Yeah. Okay. And so Calvin has the biggest budget, which is the easiest one to deduct from. As Milt stated, we really went through, and part of why I joined the budget committee was because when I came to this format, I had to trust what these people before us were saying. I wasn't watching meetings at that point. I was really relying on what the boards were saying in front of us. So, Calvin, I don't know, maybe Calvin wants to come up. You decide who you want to answer that. Maybe he doesn't want to. I just feel like when I was here before, we have to put our faith in the people that are on these boards to tell us what their experience was in those presentations and deliberations and whatnot. But maybe Calvin would like the opportunity to, explain. He really did go through and give us an explanation, and the budget committee recommendations are aligned with where we feel like the money needs to be spent to best serve the needs of the town. And that now maybe somebody can report out where the various budgets fall under the levy limit.
Okay, the first question was about the levy limit. Would somebody like to address that?
She asked you got it. I got your back if you don't have it.
Yeah, Kevin and I should have the same numbers. So the select board is, the levy limit is $1,609,543. And the select board is $4,448 below that levy limit. The budget committee is $25,113 below the levy limit.
So if all our recommendations were accepted, we are X amount of dollars.
Right, I think what he said was that if all of the select board recommendations are accepted, it's below the levy limit. If all of the budget committee recommendations are approved, it's also below the levy limit. But I think if all of the higher figures going back and forth are approved, it's above the levy limit. Is that correct?
Right, and we're already $9,000 in the hole because what the capital fund difference for the fire department or public works. Fire department was $9,000 over ours, so that's been approved. So we're already in the hole, probably close to $12,000, closer to getting over the limit.
Kevin?
Yeah, and again, the levy limit is just the point at which, the state says if you want to raise your assessment, municipal assessment beyond this level, it requires a town vote to do so. And the levy limit comes from a calculation with two things. One is the increase in property values in the town from 1 year to the next, and the other is a state income growth factor that is determined by the state. So basically, they take what your assessment was the previous year times this growth factor, which is the combination of those two things I just mentioned, and that becomes your new limit. And if you want to exceed that limit, it requires that written ballot vote. So that's what that means. And I know, and I think that part of this is going to be a prioritization discussion. I know, so if we approve this, and then people get really, skittish about the levy limit, and I will be candid in my concern is that, to me, the much higher priority is coming up in the administration and the raised pool bucket, because those are the funds that we need, from the board's point of view, to appropriately pay the people that we have on staff. And so if we approve increases now, and then get to those articles, and people say, well, geez, if we go with the select board's recommendation there, we're going to exceed the levy limit, and the levy limit is the reason you vote no, then I think that would be very unfortunate, and especially for the people that are working for the town.
Okay, I think you had a second part to your question, ma'am. There was for more detail about what makes up the budget.
Just if Calvin felt like he wanted to, explain. Or
Does
maybe
somebody want to provide more detail about what goes into this budget? All right, yes, sir.
Hello. Paul First, Chesley Hill Road. And my comment is, I'm on the budget committee, or I'm actually at the end of my tenure
holistically. I'm sure that there was significant discussion with the road commissioner, and questions were asked. And I appreciate the fact that they looked at the budget holistically with regard to the whole town and the tax rate. And so I support what they've done here in their lower figure. And I also believe that there's room in that budget for where they've set the budget. And one other thing that I'd like to mention is that at the Budget Committee meeting, those funds, the way it was handled is funds were, a lower number was chosen for the Public Works Capital Reserve based on the fact that they approved a higher number for the operations budget for Public Works. And I don't think that's a good way to operate, because we're really only deferring those expenses. If you want to keep the tax rate lower, you have to spend less, not just defer expenses. Thank you.
Sir, it sounds like you may want to make an amendment.
Okay, yes, I will make an amendment then. I would like to amend the motion to the lower number, which I would ask someone to provide for me.
The lower number being the selectmen's recommendation?
Yes.
That is, the bottom line is $1,250,000. Is there a second to that? Well, we gotta have one person.
Yes.
Okay, could you state your name, sir?
Yes, Paul first.
Thank you. And the second?
Jeannie Costigan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that the town will raise and appropriate for the Public Works budget the amount recommended by the Select Board, $1,250,000. And so it's that amendment now that we're going to discuss. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie Costigan, Ragdale Road. I really don't need this microphone. Simple terms. Levy limit goes up, your tax bill goes up. In these times that grocery bills are going up, your gas bills are going up, your everything is going up. Every time we approve a higher budget amount, your tax bill is going up. So just think about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I was going to move the question. There's only one Jane behind me.
I think that it would be polite to let somebody speak.
Paula Erdman Purdy, I live on the Hollowell Road. So we've already given the Public Works enough to buy a new truck. And this is the largest budget item on there. We asked the fire chief a lot about grants. I'd like to know if there are any grants out there that the Public Works Department can get, because this is a very high budget. People are worried about their taxes, and I think we need to look at how we can lower this.
Would anybody like, thank you, ma'am. Would anybody like to answer that question? Are there grants available for Public Works?
So as Kevin alluded to earlier, that most any grants that are available aren't designed to offset operating budgets. They're more for capital projects, such as the environmental, for construction for fish passage, things like that. There are some small safety grants that we'll be applying for this year for some equipment to improve safety in the workplace, as far as paving roads or plowing roads or salting and sanding. There are no available grants in that area. I know that the interim town manager is going to be working on some of the other funds to see what we can use in that area, but that's about all I have for grants.
Thank you very much. Kevin?
One thing I would point out to Paul is that it is true that Public Works is by far the largest budget, but if you look at the detail, the vast majority of that budget is funded with things like the excise taxes and things like that that you pay. The amount of money, so even though the Public Works budget is more than 2 times bigger than the fire department's budget, the amount of tax dollars actually raised to support Public Works is less than half of what is raised to support the fire department. So it's largely paid for by the revenues that you pay via excise tax and some money we get from the state for plowing state roads.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Primavera, Cedar Pond Road. I'd like to add to the previous statement that was made about budgets, money that we're being, I don't know if everybody's aware of that. You know, when we see inflation go the way it's going, it's actually a tax. It's a tax on the middle class and lower class. You know, if you paid $10 for an item and you paid 5.5%, now that item's $30 and you pay 5.5%, it's a tax. So they just announced that Bloomberg did a study last week that announced that we're paying on average family $5,200 a year for the same products and services that we're already purchasing. So we're already being taxed. So if you look at it, I look at it this way, you know, we're talking about spending more money here, spending more money there. Our tax bills are going to go up. Our tax bills have already gone up $5,200. And, you know, if you look at gasoline, it's $4 a gallon. Heating oil, big thing, right? $5 a gallon. We're just getting out of heating season. We're fast approaching the next heating season. Will come up faster than you think. People have the budget for that. So, you know, you need to consider that, you know, your grocery bill is, I think they just said on average, $211 a month more, somewhere around that level. So I need to make people aware that when you're considering raising, like someone just said before me, the higher levels that we want to spend, we're already spending at a much higher level. And I want people to consider that when they look at these budgets and, you know, consider the higher rates that we want to go to. So I think the bottom line for me is, I understand that we need money to run this town, but what is the overall impact going to be on my tax bill and my money that's hard to come by, and everybody else's money that's hard to come by? I don't know too many people in this auditorium that are independently wealthy, but I know I'm not one of them. So, you know, if you want to keep that in mind, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, it looks like we're ready for the question. What we're voting on right now is the amendment to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the Public Works operating budget. And the amendment has suggested the select board recommendation of $1,250,000. So I'd like to have everybody who approves of the amendment to raise your card right now. Please put them down. Everybody who does not approve the amendment, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted for the amendment passes and the article is amended to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the Public Works operating budget, $1,250,000. Everyone who's in favor of that motion, please raise your card. Everyone who's opposed to that motion, please raise your card. The motion passes by a clear majority, so the town will raise and appropriate for Public Works operating budget $1,250,000. Next article is Article 16, to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the administration budget. Would someone like to make a motion?
I would move that we accept the select board's recommendation of $470,000.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the administration budget. $470,000 is the total appropriation. Yes, sir. Oh.
I just want to give the live tracker update for the limit. With that most recent vote on Public Works, even if on the remaining higher amounts were selected on all the remaining questions, we would be $1,447 under the levy limit. So levy limit vote, unless somebody amends to something higher than anybody has proposed, we will not need the levy limit vote today.
Yes, sir.
I have a question on undesignated funds. I was looking through the town report, couldn't find our account balances anywhere in it, and I know we worked really hard to get our undesignated funds back up to an appropriate level, and just wanted to know where they were today.
Would somebody like to answer that?
not sure we have the hard numbers here today, Jeff. Yeah, I understood it's a gap. But all I can offer is that in putting these budgets together and consulting with the town manager that's no longer here, she was very comfortable with the fairly limited amount of undesignated funds we were using in this budget, and that we were not, putting ourselves back where we were a few years ago, being using more than we really should. I don't know, the budget committee may have something to add to that, because I know you looked at that pretty closely.
Mr. Simon, do you have an answer?
I do. The total amount of undesignated funds, that turned into undesignated at the end of the last year was $116,690. If all of the budget committee recommendations have been approved, we would have used $111,224. So there would have been approximately $5,000 of undesignated funds not used. With regards to Article 16, if the Select Board's recommendation is approved, it includes, out of the $40,000 being transferred, it's an additional $10,000, which was approved after the Budget Committee had concluded its meetings. So if the Select Board's recommendation is approved as written, we will have used more in excess of the funds turned over to undesignated this past year.
Kevin?
The excess budget funds, or unused budget funds, I should say, is only one source of revenue into undesignated. Every property tax bill has what's called an overlay of some amount, and the purpose of the overlay is to have money available for things like tax abatements, unpaid taxes, things of that sort. Most years, most of the overlay goes into undesignated. That's the primary mechanism how, over the last few years, when we were basically below where we should have been in undesignated, how that was built up over the years. The 100,000 or so of overlay that wasn't needed for abatements or unpaid taxes rolls into undesignated. So the numbers that Mill offered are accurate, and kind of the philosophy of the board was that we should, now that we have undesignated funds at a healthy level, we should be seeking each year to use at a minimum whatever amount of undesignated funds matches what was unspent budget funds from that year. So if there was $100,000 of unspent budget funds from last year that lapsed into undesignated, we should use that in the next year's budget because the town's already been taxed for that money rather than tax them again. So that was the reasoning there. The reasoning, so because I know this question is going to come up, the difference between the Select Board and the Budget Committee is primarily to fund a part-time position in the town office. What has become very clear through the town manager transition process, and especially when we have an interim town manager, and also on advice from our auditors, is that we don't have enough staff in the town office to get the day-to-day work done and also provide adequate levels of service at the window. So the $20,000 on top of what our recommendation was is to fund that position.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Oh. You may. You may do it now. Yeah.
So just to give history of where the Budget Committee came, and hopefully I'm not stealing Michelle's question, is the prior town manager requested $454,900 developed that's why we created the raise pool. So we deducted that, and that's where we came up with our $447,869, which is 8.8% above 2021's actual spend.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Michelle Richardson. Thank you, Jill, for not stealing my question. So I just wanted to clarify, make sure I understood the numbers that Bill provided to us. So that, what we haven't heard is what the actual undesignated fund balance is on our balance sheet, right? So what our savings account, if you will, is at. So that 110, you have the number, great, I'd love to hear it. So,
okay, great, we'd love to hear it.
This is an approximate number from 2021. I'm not sure what the date it was calculated at, but it was $1,228,394, which is 12.74% of our tax assessment. And I think the number everyone wanted to get to was over 10 of our tax assessment. I think it's actually probably closer to 1.1 million right now because we spent some of that.
okay, great. So that's super helpful. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood and others were clear that the 110 that went in and the 116 that went in and the 110 that were going out, that was just in the current years, the excess from the current years and how much it would have gone up by that amount, but we're offsetting it and using it to reduce taxes this year. So great, I appreciate that. And then I was going to ask what the difference was, which you gave us, so I appreciate that. I'm curious if the Budget Committee considered the request for the new position for $20,000, and if so, why they chose not to include it. Thanks.
Would somebody from the Budget Committee like to answer that?
Yeah, I can answer it and give you my perspective on it. We met with it wasn't with the select board, it was Kevin, I believe. We had a meeting to discuss the $20,000 request, which I don't even know if the town knows about, but the select board wants to hire a part-time assistant in the office, and there was some discussion about how much that would actually cost. $20,000 was proposed by the select board, and I felt, I think most of the budget committee did, because we didn't agree with it, that it was kind of a seat of the pants requisition. We needed more detail, and we said no.
Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly how it went, and I think there's some truth to what Neil said. There's a lot of things right now that are a bit seat of the pants with the town office, to tell you the truth. You know, there's been a lot of change there, and as I said to the Budget Committee, we don't have the answers for everything. We don't know exactly what to do about everything in the next year right now. So the purpose of the request was to have the funds in the budget to fund that position. We don't know exactly what it might look like. It might look like somebody helping out primarily at the counter. You know, we have 2 people who work the counter, and there are vacations to cover, and days off, and illnesses, and things of that sort. And they have a lot of work to do. And when they are spending a huge percentage of their time at the window, it's tough for them to get all that done. So, like I said, it's to put the money in the budget so that the funds are there to fund the position. We may not use it all, but we wanted to be forthright with the town and say, you know, this is what we think we need, this is what we think it might cost.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Not Blake. That Pull Road again. A couple questions though, because I'm not sure where are we going to put this person in the town office if we hire them. There ain't no room. We obviously know that.
Well, yeah. Well, we're going to talk about the $2 million expansion of town hall next year. I'm just kidding. It's primarily, like I said, it's fill in part-time, you know, so the person when they're there would be primarily at the counter waiting people most of the time. Other times they might be in the AV room, you know, working on something for the website, or there's space in the where the code enforcement officer and the assessor sit. So there's, we're not looking at adding like a permanent office or regular office for this position. It would be kind of a floater, you know, again, primarily at the window, maybe some side it's not like adding a desk with a nameplate there.
Is it certain times and days of the week? Because you can't just have this person like an on-call basis. That wouldn't work.
Right. Well, again, we don't have all the answers, but I think what we hear from the town staff now is that, for instance, the hours between 10 and 2 are where some of that help will be most valued. So you can foresee, identifying the busiest times of the week, and maybe that person is there working the window, and if there happens to be downtime, we would have other tasks that person can do, like, for instance, maintain the website or produce the newsletter or whatever. Like I said, and that would largely be up to the town manager. So it's our job is to provide the town manager with the resources needed to run the town, and it will ultimately be up to the town manager how best to utilize that position in those funds.
And I told the last town manager, and I don't know if it got passed on, I came in from talking to Mitchell, I said it, I did throw my hat in the ring to be on that committee to interview or review whoever we put into place. Because I'm kind of hoping that the length of the river that we paddled up last time is a lot different than the one we're going to paddle up this time, because it doesn't seem as though it worked out quite so well for us. So I had to throw my hat in the ring. That doesn't mean in the end that it'll go the way I think, because up front, obviously, I've always kind of voted against town manager. I thought we had a better scenario where we was. But that being said, this is where we are, so we got to move forward. So my hat's in the ring if I'm chosen to be on the committee, and I hope that we spend our money wisely than we have in the past. I do, Mitch. Clean that up pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Just to address that, like I said at the beginning of the meeting, on Tuesday, the board, as part of our regular meeting, will be starting that discussion about what does the future search process look like and what does the committee look like, and that discussion will start at our meeting on Tuesday.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Jill Gaston-Gay, Stackpole Road. First, I'd like to thank Paula because she asked my question when it came to Public Works Department, and now I have the question for the administrative. What are we doing as far as grants go to help offset fees?
Is there somebody who'd like to answer that?
Again, there's not a lot of grant opportunity in the administrative end of things, because again, as we've discussed, they tend to be capital projects. I think one of the biggest things that we'll be looking at over the next several months is what to do with the ARPA funds that we have. So we have a significant amount of ARPA funds, and when we get both allocations, it's going to be somewhere around $400,000. And initially, the restrictions were such that a small community like Durham was really limited on what we could do, to the point that we were looking at giving the money back because there was literally nothing we were going to be able to do with it. That has since changed, and it's a lot broader now on what those funds can be used for. So at some point, we have some time, that probably when the new town manager comes on, that's when we would have more intense discussions about ARPA funds and how best to use those, and there'll certainly be public hearings so that people can offer their input. That's actually a required part of the process.
Yes, sir.
Question,
I think I'm going to have to...
sorry, introduce yourself. Sorry, I should know that by now. Will Border, Patriot Way.
Thank you.
Are we currently utilizing overtime in the town office to cover any of the work, to accomplish any of the work that this position?
Can somebody answer that?
Is intended to cover?
My opportunity. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I will tell you in this past week, you don't want to know how much extra time has gone in just for the preparation. My time is by contract, but for the most part, your staff, which is understaffed, are holding the ship, kind of keeping it in the right direction and doing the business that we had to do, to the point where we did shut the window down and eliminated services, at least from Thursday afternoon to Friday, just so we could get the extra work done. But OT is not the answer either. unless it was only once or twice in the course of a year. The bigger issue is the workload itself, the requirements that are placed upon a municipality.
Thank you for that. And then a couple procedural questions. Sorry, I lost track. Are we, Mr. Mario, I think this is a question for you. We're currently talking about the select board recommended budget?
There's a motion on the floor to approve Article 16 at the appropriation that the select board has recommended, $470,000.
And then, so my procedural question is, just, you may have answered it before, I apologize if you did, but if that were not to pass in its current motion, how do we proceed from there?
If this is voted down the way it is, we proceed to the next article.
Okay,
Point of order on that. If this is voted down, we have to approve something, so somebody could make a new motion on the article at a different amount.
Well, that's why we have the amendment process. If somebody wants a different figure, they should move for an amendment.
They should move in advance of rejecting what's...
Correct, because if this is defeated, we move on to the next one.
And that would be a problem.
That would be a problem.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy. Okay, first I think that we need to thank Janet and Jessica for all the work that they've put in since they've started. They've been really against it. They've been in a situation where they haven't really had the opportunity to have questions answered by somebody who is there and knowing what they're doing, and I think they've done a really good job with the support that they've had, so thank you both very much. I remember listening to a conversation where our former select board member, Mr. Farron, asked what the transaction history was, and then a budget committee member also asked that same question when we had that meeting with you, Kevin, and there wasn't data available to base our decision on. I think that same conversation came up when we originally entertained the proposal of hiring a town manager. There was no study done, there were no real concrete facts about whether or not that was something that we wanted to do. We went down that road, I was an advocate for it. I'm happy that you're here. My question is, when I watched the board's discussion in their meeting about this, I recall the words being said, we're gonna hire someone regardless. And so, what I'm wondering is that a position that the board votes on creating? Is that a recommendation that comes from the town manager? And whether or not it's appropriate, because Mitch gave me permission to call him Mitch, so I'm going to do that, doesn't know our town very well, if asking for a show of hands of people that would prefer perhaps a 4-day schedule availability in the town office to give the people who are working in the office a day that they don't have to work the window versus spending the additional money on hiring a third person. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but I thought I would throw that out there.
It's not. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but I will ask if someone from the select board would like to answer the question.
Yeah, so I think the statement that Heather's referring to is essentially correct. I think the point we're making is that at the end of the day, we need to do what we need to do to keep the office open and to keep Jessica and Janet from leaving, quite honestly. You know, it's a very tough, rugged job back there, and there's a lot of demands on them. So we're going to do what we need to do to continue to service the town, the way the town, at least at this point, has expressed they want to be served. Again, ultimately, it's up to the town manager. If that means going to 4 days a week, then the town manager can do that. If it means hiring a part-time person, it's up to the town manager, they can do that. But the request for the funds is so that there are funds there to do something once the town manager determines what needs to be done.
So if the position was created, it's not a position that's created on and voted on by the board, it's the town manager's decision as to whether or not to have that position. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
You have a town manager. The town manager responsible for all aspects of operating the local government within the allocated budget. So, and then all the hiring decisions are made by the town manager, except for department heads, which need to be approved by the board. But for someone who's not a department head, that's really up to the town manager.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That was in contrast to what was said in that meeting, so I just wanted to clarify
I'm
that.
sorry if we misspoke.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Jill Gastonguay, Stackpole Road. I would like to make an amendment to go with the budget committee's recommendation. And I'm just trying to find it because I should have brought my book up. $447,869. And the reason being is, as I said earlier, it's still an 8.8% increase over actual spent last year.
Before we get on to that, let me see if there's a second.
I second it.
Neil Berry seconded.
Actually, hang on, somebody has to tell me their name, who's seconding it.
Neil Berry, I second.
Okay, Neil Berry seconded. Thank you. All right, now go ahead.
So the reason behind my amendment is because the actual spent versus the budget committee's amount is 8.8%, which quick math in my head is roughly $30,000, which would fund the part-time position.
Thank you very much. Are you headed to the microphone, ma'am? Oh, there are several people headed to the microphone. Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, it's the first time I've been here in quite a while. Mike Brilliant, Willowbrook Road. The appropriateness of the opposite board bringing an amendment to the table. I think it's inappropriate. Should be somebody on this side.
It's appropriate. It works. These people are voters in the town.
I understand that, but they've had their option for their numbers. It should be me, this gentleman, this lady.
It's a process kind of thing. Thank you for your comment.
Did we get a second on that?
Yes, we did. Yes, sir.
Paul First again, Chesley Hill Road. So I haven't decided exactly where I come down on the numbers on this. Ideally, I'd like to see more details. I'd like to see what a proposal is. But I'm concerned. One of the reasons I'm concerned is that I think we need to do a lot better on the communications in the town with regard to use of the town website. I've seen for the past year that meeting minutes haven't been posted. There's very little information on there. You can't access the video link. And even for this town meeting, we didn't have the official warrant posted for the meeting. And these are things that are important to all of us for governing the town. So I'm not sure how these things get fixed and where it comes in with regard to this proposal. But I just want to put it out there that that needs out there and it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Michelle Richardson. So I appreciate Jill telling us what the actual spend last year was versus, but I'm a little concerned that maybe that they didn't use their whole budget last year because there were openings, there were gaps in staffing, which is not a true underspend. I mean, it's an underspend, but it's not something we would want to continue, right? We wouldn't want to take advantage of that ongoing, because then we come up with the same issues we're having now, where we don't have the services at the level that we'd like to see them at. So I think similar to the previous speaker, I do think there are some gains to be made in the communication piece in terms of, what's happening in the town. Transparency is one of our favorite words. So for that reason, I want to provide the flexibility to the interim town manager. There's a reason we brought in someone who's done this for a long time, because they have great ideas. I do appreciate they don't necessarily know our town that well, but I would presume that he would reach out and get input where necessary. So I'm in favor of the original motion.
Thank you, ma'am. Kevin, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Paul first said and acknowledge that the communication has been a significant issue for several months now. And I cannot go into a ton of detail because it's largely a human resources issue, but I can tell you you that as of last night, we have an opening for a public information technician, as our previous one is no longer employed by the town.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Hi, Robin Snyder, Eagle Point. I just wanted to ask whether this budget includes the cost of utilities. And so, kind of following on previous questions about grants and what have you, and efficiency Maine, well, we all know the cost of utilities, right? And it's not going to slow down. And so, what the plan is moving forward to better manage the energy performance of the properties that we pay utilities on, just to help manage our costs looking forward.
Okay, Kevin.
I can just say that's one of the things that we're thinking that maybe ARPA funds might be able to be used for is to upgrade HVAC in the town office, more energy efficient lighting, and be leveraging opportunities there.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I think you're just partly answered all, Kevin, because
I need you to introduce yourself again.
Pardon?
I need you to introduce yourself again.
You guys don't know me yet? I'm Blake Stackpole Road. I'm going to vote for the budget committees, but I do want to ask, because I know there's a problem with the furnace down there. And are we going to get that taken care of this year? I mean, that thing is probably as old as the building. Why are they going to put this in? I don't know. We can't get it out. But can use half of it right now as job. So between now and before it gets cold, we need to do something that we can address that problem.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, that is in process.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Terry Mooney, Old Brunswick Road, aka Dump Road. Prior to coming to today's meeting and reviewing the warrant, I decided to look at some warrants from meetings that I have attended in the past. And I was looking at some of the town warrants from the 80s and 90s. And our public works budget alone exceeded the total dollar amount that the town would spend on education and all of the town's business. So the numbers we're talking about today are, I guess, in this adult mind, astronomical. That said, I'm pleased to support the Budget Committee's recommendation. The way things are now, our elected officials have placed us in a position where we're paying more for food, for fuel, just for basic things to live, and I'm afraid we all have to share the pain a little bit. So with that in mind, and with taxes never going down, again, I just want to voice my support for the lower amount suggested by the Budget Committee. And I also wish to thank both the Select and Budget Committee. Regardless if you agree or disagree with these people, they do the hard work, they take the fire, and they get the town business done. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Jill Gastongue, Stackpole Road. I want to echo what Paul said, that I definitely think we need to find ways to increase communication and kind of piggyback on what Kevin said, and thank Heather Roy for providing her own equipment to be able to live stream today's meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we're ready for the question, and we're voting now on the amendment to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the administration budget. The amendment proposes the Budget Committee recommendation of $447,869. And so everyone who would like to approve that amendment, please raise your card. Okay, please put them down. Everyone who would not like to approve that amendment, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted in favor of the amendment, the motion is amended. The motion we're going to vote on now is to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the administration budget, and the amount is the appropriation recommended by the Budget Committee recommendation, $447,869. Everyone who would like to approve that, please raise your card. You can put them down. Everyone who would not like to approve that, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted in favor of Article 16, it is approved. And now I want to make a point of personal privilege right now. I've noticed a couple people coming in with Girl Scout cookies, and I'm wondering where those are being sold. All right, so everybody should know that there's Girl Scout cookies being sold in the lobby. Oh, when I'm done here, I'm gonna go get a couple. Okay, let's move on to Article 17. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $307,821 for solid waste. The funding source is raised $279,131 and transferred $28,690 from the solid waste revenue fund. Is there a motion?
Simon, I make the motion to approve this item.
Milt Simon has moved that. Is there a second?
Jill Gaston-Gay seconds.
Jill Gaston-Gay has seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes, Kevin.
Just by way of explanation, this is a little bit new this year. You'll notice that the next article, 18, has bulky waste day broken out as a separate vote. That was something we planned to start doing back in 2020, but we didn't have an in-person town meeting. So the amount of Article 17, that is the contracted amount that we have with our service provider. So it's not really a changeable number. But then where the town can decide whether they want to save or spend additional money would be Article 18 on bulky waste day.
Thank you very much. Okay, it looks like we're ready for the questions. So we're voting on Article 17 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $307,821 for solid waste. Everyone who would like to approve that article, please raise your card. Okay, please put them down. Everyone who would not like to approve that article, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted to approve the article, Article 17 is approved. Article 18, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $10,300 for bulky waste day. Is there a motion?
I move that we pass Article 18 as presented.
I'll second.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded at Article 18 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $10,300 for bulky waste day. Would someone like to debate that? Yes, sir.
I would. Rod Stimson, Emerson Road. I think, as everybody's talking about, we need to save money. I just think it's an undue burden on the town to support people taking their bulky waste out. If you get an old couch or whatever, throw it in the vehicle, take it up to Auburn, Mid-Maine will take it, $90 a ton. You get a lot of crap to come up with $90. And personally, I don't like, piling stuff out and back until March 23rd or whatever, when there's a bulky waste day anyway. So I just think there's a way to save $10,000 in the taxpayers' money. If you get things to take care of, take care of them. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Bill Warder, Patriot Way. I'd just like to echo the sentiment of the previous speaker, commenter. I made a dump run a couple days ago to it used to be Amway over an hour and whatever, anyway. It cost me $13 to take a pretty full load of stuff over there a couple weeks ago. I kind of prefer to use that facility rather than waiting in line on the side of the road for bulky waste day. I'm not, I don't feel super strongly either way, but I think it's a place for us to save money, and I think people can take care of it at pretty much any time. There's not really a limitation on not being able to get rid of that stuff that bulky waste day, solves for us. It's a kind of a solution for a problem we don't have, in my opinion. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Alan Carrington, Day Road. I don't know if any people remember the days when we had the silver bullets. What we called the silver bullets. We had one at Crosby Corner. We had one here at the Eureka Grange. Granted, the intent was there. People were recycling, but when those did not get picked up in a timely fashion, they piled up around them. When we don't have an avenue, the town having an avenue for picking up these bulky waste items, they accumulate on the side of the department. So I don't have the luxury, and I consider it a luxury, to have a vehicle to take these large, bulky waste items to another center other than doing it once a year. Then I deal with someone, my neighbor usually will help out with that situation. So I am certainly in favor of continuing this process because I do not want to see the trash on the side of the roads throughout Durham.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Joe Roy, Big Brook Road. I just wanted to say, like the last speaker, I support Article 18 passing. You know, I'm a young, fit, healthy guy with a pickup truck, so this doesn't impact me much. I don't utilize it, but I know a lot of my neighbors and people in a cohort outside of myself don't necessarily have the ability to load a vehicle full of stuff and don't necessarily have the physical ability to get it in and out of their homes and all that nature. So it's a lot easier for me if I can just go help my neighbor get it out to the end of their road. And so, you know, I think keeping this as an option for people who might need some help, some people who don't have the vehicle is good. And I agree with the previous speaker that it helps, you know, people get rid of waste that might end up, you know, in the backyard or on the front yard as a lawn ornament. So I appreciate people considering passing this.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Jill Gastonge, Stackpole Road. Kind of clarify a point Joe just made. Unfortunately, it's not a matter of just getting your bulky waste to the end of your driveway. You actually have to still put it in a vehicle and wait in line to drop it off. So, since my husband already left, I can say this. I know, luckily he's not good with websites, I don't think. But I have a young teenage son, I have a pickup truck, I have a trailer. I know we can probably organize through Boy Scouts, things like that, to help people that do not have a pickup truck. So I really don't have a bias one way or the other, whether this passes or fails. I just want people to know that if you do need aid or assistance, reach out to me. Happy to help.
Thank you for that help. Yes, sir.
Like Stackpole Road, I'm not really biased either way on this particular one either. I kind of agree a little bit with Alan, but if you look around, the roads are already full of trash. I mean, I don't know what they're doing up on the boat lots. They maybe having a big orchard because there's a great big giant mattress up there right now. I was up there a couple days ago, so you know, it's people generate the trash. They should kind of take care of it themselves, but unfortunately, we're going to run into and to be quite honest, I don't know where people get the trash because at the cleanup day, I see the same people show up there with 10 truckloads. They can't have that much stuff stored at their property. The property can't be that big, but for some reason it still shows up. So, you know, I'm kind of leaning towards maybe they should just clean it up themselves. That yes, it'll probably end up with the boat launch and the road crew will have to pick it up. Not as 6 of one and a half dozen of the others.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Dana Cook, Royalsboro Road. I've got a quick question, and I'd probably have to address the select board here. If we vote down the bulk waste day, would we still have the cleanup day along the roadside?
Yeah, that's a separate issue.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Russ Cole, Stackpole Road. When we bought our property, it was a beautiful snow year. My skis got a great workout. And then in the spring, you know, I discovered that 5 or 6 trailer loads of garbage that was under the snow that we didn't know about from the seller. And bulky waste day is what allowed me to get rid of that, and I just want to say that I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Okay, it looks like we're ready for the question. We're voting now on Article 18 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $10,300 for a bulky waste day. Everyone, would you like to say something, sir? Yeah, please do.
Paul Reed, Violently. I just feel if people are going to dump whatever they want to get rid of, they're going to do it if there's bulky waste day or not. I mean, like there's grills and tops on them, they'll take it, $80, $90 a ton. And there's that place in Oregon that'll take it. And as far as getting your stuff from your house, even bulky waste day, you've got to give it
to the truck on bulky waste day, so. And I am too, if anybody needed help with something, and they want to get rid of something, I go to these places a couple times a year. Iowa Lane, Reeds Valley, over here in Durham, I would gladly take, whatever people have, so.
Thank you for that offer. Yes, sir.
So I'd like to tell Rabbit Road, where could we find a list of places such as these people have described that we could take stuff if we did not have bulky waste day?
Can somebody answer that? Yeah, Kevin.
This is actually one spot on our website that's pretty good. If you go into the solid waste link, there's several links there about disposing of stuff, not only bulky waste, but also hazardous materials like paint, things of that sort. So on the website, there's information.
Okay, are we ready for the question? We're voting on Article 18 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $10,300 for bulky waste day. Everyone who would like to approve this, please raise your card. Everyone who would like not to approve this, please raise your card. I'm a little bit unsure. I'd like to try it again. Everyone who'd like to approve this, please stand up and raise your card. Okay, please sit down. Everyone who would not like to approve this, please stand up and raise your card. Okay, please sit down. Clear majority having voted against Article 18, Article 18 is not approved. Let's move on to Article 19, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $969,803 for the town of Durham's annual debt service. The funding source transfer $41,110 for fees received for EMT emergency ambulance services and raised $928,693. Is there a motion?
Milton Simon, I'll make the motion to approve.
Milton Simon has moved to approve Article 19. Is there a second?
Jill Gaston-Gay, second.
Jill Gaston-Gay has seconded it. It's been moved and seconded that Article 19 be approved. Is there discussion? Yes.
So I realize this article is stuff we've already voted for and covered on ourselves, but in prior years we've always had a breakdown of each different item that we had bonded, and it said how much was going to each one and how many years were left on it, and that's very good information to have, and I was just wondering why it's not in here anymore.
Is there someone who can answer that? Kevin, did you hear that question?
No, what was the question?
The question was, why isn't the breakdown on debt service that has been available in the past available now? Why is it not?
I don't have a good answer for that other than what we put in the book, but it's all fixed bond payments. It's kind of, it is what it is. Okay, what page?
Somebody's referring to the town report.
It is on page 39 of the town report.
Awesome. That's great. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Heather Roy. I'm on the budget committee, so I should know this answer, but I don't, and I thought that maybe other people might have this question too. One of the conversations that we were having is that when we're done making a debt service payment, what happens with the money that we were using? Do you know where I'm going with this? Can you help explain that? Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, well, basically, there's nothing specific that happens, so each year we're approving the money to be spent, and once we don't have the bond payment, we wouldn't necessarily be asking for that money again. So it's possible, we know that, the advice of the CIP committee and in terms of future planning that as bonds start to retire, and which not next year, but the year after, some then we'll, Jane, that got a big smile from Jane Rice. Then it'll be a decision point. Like it might be, it'll be a discussion for the board at that time. It might make sense, for instance, to take some portion of that and allocate it to capital reserves, for instance, or apply to something else. But that'll be a board, CIP committee, budget committee discussion when that happens.
Thank you, Heather Roy again. There was a document that we used during that process where we could input different figures and it showed us what those balances look like going out. And I don't know if that's an opportunity that it was looked at very quickly, and I would have personally liked to have spent a little more time with that. If that's something that we could have a visual of, obviously not today, but going forward, I think that might help people see the long plan better.
Are you talking about the schedule of bond payments over the next?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Milt, are you headed to the,
Yeah, I probably would yell it out from my seat, but, and I don't know if you would call this a point of order about Milt Simon, Stockpole Road, but we were talking about a lack of communication. So the book that I picked up stops at page 36. It jumps to page 42, which means I'm lacking the pages that are just backwards. Is this the new math? Go back to where?
well, what I can say in response to that is that I understand that there were all kinds of printing problems and that the staff ended up having to put these together and staple them themselves. So I think any order problems with the pages were probably attributable to that.
Seems to be in order.
Yeah.
I sympathize with Milt, and you're absolutely right, Mr. Moderator. What happened was the original printing, pages 35 to 41, were inaccurate and left some of the titles out. So the staff started on Wednesday afternoon and then all day Thursday and Thursday night, reproducing enough to get here, and we apologize if something went out of order. But we did put in the newer numbers and pages to try to keep people informed.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, it looks like we're ready for the question on Article 19. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $969,803 for the town of Durham's annual debt service. Everybody who's in favor of approving this article, please raise your card. Thank you, put them down. Everyone who's not in favor of approving this article, please raise your card. Okay, a clear majority having voted to approve Article 19 is approved. Article 20, to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the following budgets: animal control, assessing, cemeteries, conservation, recreation and parks, Eureka Community Center, and general assistance. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that we approve the select board recommendation for Article 20 as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that Article 20, to see what town, or what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the several budgets, is set at $56,536. Yes, sir.
You forgot who I was already? Not Blake Stackpole Road. In past years, these have all been separate articles. And I know they're not very big, but I know that there's always been some debate on, the general assistance and cemeteries and conservation as to what we should be spending, or like general assistance, if you want to give more, you give more out of your own pocket. And I know that Kevin has said in the past, it really doesn't matter line by line because it's the bottom line, which I kind of agree a little bit with. But these are all separate entities, and now they're all looped into one. How are you going to switch the bottom line around there if you needed to? What's that new process we've never seen?
Kevin?
Yeah, this actually started, I want to say, in 2018 or 2019, where some combining some of those smaller articles into one as a question. You can still offer an amendment to any of the listed totals. So, because you think in the 2 town meetings before, we had to go virtual and continue that pattern this time. So, that's the explanation.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you would rather substitute a different number for any of these items, you can do it by amendment. Yes, sir.
So looking at the numbers, sorry, William Porter,
thank you.
It looks like the only difference is on their Eureka Community Center numbers, and it's a pretty significant difference from a percentage basis. It's a 37% increase in the budget committee recommendation versus the select board recommendation. And I was hoping somebody could speak to what that difference entails.
Looks like Bill Simon is ready to do that.
The budget committee was presented with a request from the Eureka Building Committee. Apparently they have issues with the front door, which they wish to replace, the front door not closing correctly, and that would create a security issue, I'm assuming. So they quoted us a cost to replace the front doors of that building at $1,800, and that would be the difference.
Thank you, Bill. I'd like to.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead, Kevin. Sorry.
The select board felt that there was still money available to deal with the door issue, and that for several years in a row, the maintenance line for the Eureka Center has been overfunded and not spent. So that was why we landed on the $5,000 figure. And it also was an effort, and as I said before, we were kind of trimming a little bit from everywhere to make sure we were under that level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, it looks like we're ready for the question. And the question is Article 20, to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the following budgets: animal control, assessing, cemeteries, conservation, recreation and parks, Eureka Community Center, and general assistance. The motion that's been made has adopted the select board recommendation for a total appropriation of $56,536. Everyone who would like to approve this recommendation, please raise your card. Thank you, put them down. Everyone who would not like to approve this recommendation, please raise your card. Thank you. A clear majority having voted to approve Article 20, Article 20 is approved. Article 21, to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for a raised pool to be distributed through the following departments: Administration, Public Works, Fire Department, Telecommunications, and the Eureka Community Center and Planning. Does someone have a motion?
Milt Simon, I would like to make a motion to approve the Budget Committee's recommendation.
It's been moved that the Budget Committee recommendation is approved. Is there a second?
Jill Gastonguay, second.
It's been moved and seconded that Article 21 be set at $11,510. Kevin?
I would like to move that we amend the amount to $21,275. This, well, I'll leave it at that and we'll discussion. That's my motion.
Read that number to me again,
$21,275.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second? Say your name again.
Chris McNerney.
Chris McNerney seconds that. It's been moved and seconded that Article 21 is amended to make the total appropriation $21,275. Is there discussion? Kevin?
Just to offer an explanation for that. So this is obviously more than what the Budget Committee recommendation was, and less than what the Select Board's original recommendation was. And so this article funds basically, you would call, I guess, cost of living type raises, just to reflect inflation in the market and where employees, are probably a little bit underpaid based, on the market, what's been going on with upward wage pressure in the market. And so that amount would fund a 5% cost of living adjustment for town employees. And unlike previous years, It also includes the duty roster for the fire department. So if you look at last year and the raised pool figure that was requested, it was, I want to say it was around $15,000, $13,000, but that did not include the fire department duty roster, whereas this year it does, and that is about half of it. So that's the biggest single chunk. So that funds the 5% for basically the town office employees, public works employees, the fire department, and just by way of a benchmark, the COLA adjustment for Social Security this year is 5.9%. The town of Kittery did 3%, but they added a holiday and 2 more personal days to the benefits. Turner was at 5%, New Gloucester 5.2%, Cumberland 3.75%. I'm told they're at the upper end of the pay spectrum already anyway. And the town of Poland did 5.4%. So we feel like the 5% recommendation is in the ballpark and appropriate for the town employees, and that's where the $21,275 number will fall.
Yes, sir.
Will Werner, Patriot Way. Can someone speak to, has any comparison been done with other towns and where we stand on how our wages compare to other comparable town employee wages?
Can someone address that? Yes, Kevin.
We have done some of that, but we know, I don't have spreadsheets in front of me, but I know that having looked at it before, we are at, I would say, slightly below average. Not terribly below average, but slightly below average. Towns of comparable size and municipal budgets.
My second question is, I know that we're looking at needing to hire a replacement town manager this year. I was wondering if this accounts for any potential, and I don't know if the town is looking at a higher wage for a town manager, incoming town manager or not, but if we were, if it would come out of this or if it would come out of another pool.
Kevin.
Thank you. That would not come out of this. This is purely about raises for existing employees. If the town manager that we hire costs is at a higher rate than the previous town manager, which, to be quite honest, is kind of expected given what's happened with wages over the last year, that would have to come out of the administrative budget that we've already approved.
Thank you. And then just one other comment, as someone whose salary increases are decided by committee. It can suck, and I think that this is a good line item to have separate, and I think 5% is probably about appropriate. Maybe higher would be better, but I'm not going to propose an amendment right now. Just in future years, and for anyone, I think that some people can have a hard time. If people are going through a hard time financially, town residents could have a hard time voting for a 5% raise if they're experiencing financial difficulty. I could see that someone in the town having a hard time voting for that kind of increase for town employees. But as someone whose wage is decided by committee, similarly to this, keep into account, we need good town employees, we need to retain town employees, so I think it's a good thing to do. I think keeping into account overall wage growth in the state and nationally and comparable towns, as well as inflation, is something that we should be considering when we do this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm Rod Stimson, Emerson Road. The select board articulated very clearly why they recommended their figure. I was wondering if we could hear from the budget committee on why they recommended their number.
Ms. Gaston Way is right behind you, and I think she's ready to do that.
So our number came from the federal government. Their 2.2%, although after we had our vote, Neil double-checked my facts and pointed out that there was an extra 0.5%, I think you said, 0.7%. So it actually was a 2.9%, which would be a $15,000 raise pool.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy. I'm not going to speak about dollar amounts and percentage amounts or anything like that. I own a business myself, and I think there are other ways that we can also incentivize positions that aren't tied to this format. As a business owner, one of the things that I love to do is that after a person has worked for me for a certain amount of time is take over their cell phone plan, and then they get a new cell phone every 2 years. So I would just like to offer the idea perhaps to the interim town manager, or maybe that becomes a conversation to have with the person that we hire as our full-time town manager, that people being appreciated in their job is tied to staying in their job. And so I don't think that that always translates directly to, you know, a dollar amount raise, but can also look like things other than a Friday pizza party.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Joe Roy, Bacon Brook Road. I think everyone here already sees the rise in the price of everything when you swipe your card or hold your wallet literally anywhere. You know, it sounds like the employees at the town don't necessarily have the opportunity to go after overtime and things like that. So I think that 5% is really minimum when we see how expensive everything is, and it really adds up. So I would advocate for at least the amended amount of $21,000 and change, if not the full $26,000 and change.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
The other part of the thinking of the budget committee in this was that there are 3 key positions which has been different in years past, at least since I've been on the committee. I've been in town 38 years, but 3 key positions had wage increases in the line items on the budgets we voted on, substantial pay raises. So it's far, far more than what this would affect. So we took that into consideration when we voted for those raises. If it had been done differently, we might have gone on with the 5% or 6% COLA thing. And it was never considered COLA in the past either. It was a wage pool based on merit, in part at least.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Paul First, Chesley Hill Road. I'd like to thank all of the town employees for their hard work this past year. I know I can speak firsthand, working in municipal governance is not easy. And these guys do an outstanding job. Thank you all. I'd also like to say, I'd like to encourage the town leadership and the administration to do annual reviews, because annual reviews are really important from a number of different perspectives, not just for deciding what a merit increase is, but also to help employees understand what they're doing well, where they could improve, but to be able to say, you're doing a good job. And I'm not sure that we have been doing that in quite some time, and I'd like to see us doing annual reviews. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, it looks like we're ready for the questions. What we're voting on now is Article 21, to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for a raise pool to be distributed through the following departments: administration, public works, fire department, telecommunications, and the community center and planning. We're voting on the amendment, which would set the select board recommendation at $21,275. Everyone who would like to approve the amendment, please raise your card right now. Please put them down. Everyone who would not like to approve the amendment, please raise your card right now. A clear majority having voted in favor of approving the amendment, the Article 21 is amended to set the total appropriation at $21,275. So we're now going to vote on Article 21 to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for a raise pool to be distributed through the following departments: administration, public works, fire department, telecommunications, and the community center and planning, at the total amount of $21,275. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy. So well, it's just a question. The way that this is designed, the money's in one pool, and it could all go to one employee this way. Is it the intent of the board to distribute this evenly by a percentage among all town employees?
Can somebody answer that question? Yes.
Yes, it is. The intent is, that's how I got the number that I proposed. Basically took what everybody was currently making, bumped it 5%, and that includes whatever the reimbursement, part-time, diem rates are at the fire department, those would go up 5% as well.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to vote on Article 21 as amended. Oh, do you want to say something, ma'am? Oh, please do.
Sarah Hall, Cedar Pond Road. I just had one quick question. The 5% across the board raise, does that include department head raises that were in the other budgets? The public works and what have you?
Yeah, good question. Let's see, so, because it doesn't include all.
So how does that get determined? People that got
so for instance, the fire chief is in the wage pool, but there's no raise in the fire department article. The public works director is not in the raise pool. That would all be funded out of public works. Town manager and CEO are vacant, and also the planner is not in the raise pool. So the only department head that's included in this pool is the fire chief, but as I said, he is not in the fire rescue budget for a line item increase this year.
So as you have budgeted to fill the town manager and the CEO positions, do those budget placeholders, so to speak, reflect increases in what the prior people in those positions were making?
Well, not in the case of town manager. Town manager is in the budget at $85,000, which is what the previous rate was. The CEO, which is a vacant position, was for market reasons, not raise pool reasons, is budgeted in the administration article at 32 hours a week at $30 an hour, and obviously we'll try to hire below that if we can, but that's what it's budgeted at.
So I guess for a little bit of clarification on all the wages and the creation of positions, when the Public Works Department was formed, it was a part-time road commissioner. We had a part-time codes officer. Can you quantify for us how much the town has grown, that we have needed to grow our town employee staff at the rates that we've grown?
Off the top of my head, no, I can't quantify. I can't know to answer your question right here, so right now. All I can tell you is that things that the town has voted on and approved over the years has been in response to needs of those departments. So,
It's just our town government has grown dramatically in the last few years, and I just was curious as to what the basis was. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Mike Stackpole Road again. I think I maybe misunderstood what you said, Kevin, because the question was asked about if everybody was going to get a raise that was out of that raise pool was going to get 5%. Is that the case? Or whatever it ends up being, 3%, 2% or whatever. I know past years it was a raise pool amount, but it depended on the people's performance or whatever. Somebody get 5, somebody get 2, somebody get none. So I'm just curious how that's.
yeah, so, and Neil's right, in the past, this hasn't been treated as a straight COLA or cost of living adjustment, but that's the way that the no longer with us now town manager built the budget. And we were on board with that. You know, we still having upward pressure and inflation and wage pressure, that he should be included in the 5% COLA adjustment at least.
Yes, ma'am.
Jane Rice, Borley Hill, and I know we want another comment, but I think taking away merit increases is doing yourself a disservice. I think people won't care that they're doing a good job, or they won't strive to do a better job if there's no incentive there. So that's just my own personal opinion.
Thank you very much. Okay, are we ready for the question? We're going to be voting on Article 21 as amended to see what's on the town will vote to raise and appropriate for a raise pool to be distributed through the following departments: Administration, Public Works, Fire Department, Telecommunications, and the Eureka Community Center and Planning. We are voting to adopt the Select Board recommendation as amended of $21,275. So everybody who would like to approve this article, please raise your card. Please put it down. Everyone who would not like to approve this article, please raise your card. A clear majority having voted to approve this article, Article 21 is approved as amended. Article 22, to see what's on the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the telecommunications budget. Do I have a motion?
I move that we accept the Select Board's recommendation of $54,065.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to see what's on the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the telecommunication budget. And the recommendation is the Select Board recommendation at $54,065. Yes, sir.
Mike Stackpole Road again. In past years, we've had a lot of this that was actually in the franchise fees. This is the first time, and I could be wrong, getting older, I remember us raising any money for this, so it is the first time.
Kevin?
Yeah, so Mark is absolutely right. In years past, franchise fees, which are essentially come from the people who subscribe to cable television in town, that's kind of like the town's cut for signing the contract with, in this case, Comcast. But the reality is that the trend in franchise fees is going down. Fewer and fewer people subscribe to cable television and use streaming or other ways to get their programming. But on the flip side, the cost and need for technology is increasing. We want to be able to do some things that would, better facilitate, a hybrid meeting format in town hall, for instance, that would allow people to not have to show up in person, but actually, watch the meeting or even participate via Zoom. And that's not something we can do right now. We either have to be all in person or all in Zoom, because the hybrid, we don't have the technology to do the hybrid format right now. So the long-term trend is that franchise fees are going down, technology costs and need is going up, so the days of franchise fees being able to fund the town's technology requirements are over.
Yes, sir.
Down there from Meadow Road. It's a question that will presumably be directed to the budget committee, but I'm just interested because I suspect the budget committee has also looked at the numbers, and I'm curious why they felt that the lower sum with no appropriation was going to cover the required needs.
I think you've got a couple of budget committee members right behind you. Okay, Ms. Gaskin-Way?
Depending on the answer, I'm also prepared to make an amendment, so that's why
Okay.
I'm sort of waiting here.
If you come up to the mic, you can answer.
So now Jill Gaston-Gay Budget Committee. So there's a couple of reasons. One, as Kevin said, is tradition to use the franchise fees. But the other reason why I advocated not raising funds is because of the ARPA grant that is out there. One of the biggest ways we can use it is improving our communication. Unfortunately, the rules of that grant state that it cannot offset tax money raised. So if it's in our budget to raise money to use in the telecommunication fund, then we can no longer use the grant money for that same project, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I would like to propose an amendment to accept the Budget Committee's recommendation.
And remind me your name?
Matt Ware.
Great. Matt Ware has moved to amend what, Article 22? 22 is to substitute the Budget Committee recommendation of $46,732. Is there a second?
Paul Erdman Purdy.
Yeah. Terrific. It's been moved and seconded that Article 22 is amended to substitute the total appropriation of $46,732. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy, I know that we're going to address these things. We're kind of forced into that situation now based on what Kevin was alluding to before about how our information officer, is that what the title is changing. So one of the things that I've been doing lately, and I'm also doing today, is that we're able to live stream the meeting through a YouTube channel with a cell phone and a data plan. And so I would like to advocate also, even though that wasn't necessarily our situation, and I know that we need to look at our agreement in terms of the town channel and how those things work, but I do think this is an area where we can work with the smaller figure, definitely, you know, to Jill's point about the ARPA grant and not raising, it really pigeonholed us if we raised in this category. To be able to use those funds or not in this area, and it's really in terms of, you know, communication and residents' ability to participate either through Zoom or you know, just in this format, not being able to attend in person. I think that passing the budget committee's recommendation here allows us to use those grant funds in ways that would really be beneficial to the town in terms of how transparent our town government is to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Russ Goldstack, is the ARPA grant funded? Is it guaranteed?
Would somebody be able to answer that?
Yeah, we actually have over $200,000 in the bank right now, and yes, to answer your question.
Is there a guarantee that the ARPA grant will go towards the funding of the item that we're discussing? It will make any difference.
I wouldn't say there's a guarantee, but it's, but I agree with the points made by the budget committee that it would, and it's what we have talked about the same, that it's probably one of the first things we talked about along with HVAC in the town office, and that would be a good use of the ARPA funds. So I'm actually swayed by those arguments, and I'm going to vote for the budget committee recommendation.
I just wanted to comment that, you know, I hear, you know, if I'm on the Facebook page where I talk to people, the communication issue seems to be a huge issue to people, and I just would not like to see anything happen that would prevent impediment of our ability to communicate.
We took the first step towards that last time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, it looks like we're ready for the question. And right now we're going to be voting on Article 22. Voted in favor of Article 22, it is approved. Excuse me. Article 23, to see what's on the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the Planning Board, Appeals Board, Historic District Commission budget. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Moderator.
Please.
I'll make a motion that we appropriate the recommendation from the Budget Committee for $44,861.
Is there a second?
Jill Gaston, second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that Article 23, to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the Planning Board, Appeals Board, Historic Commission budget, adopt the Budget Committee recommendation of $44,861. Is there a discussion?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, please.
The major change on this item this year is increasing the planning hours from 16 hours per week at $20 per hour to 20 hours per week at $32 per hour. So that is roughly $15,000 increase over the year. And our actuals last year were $29,399. So if you add those two together, you're coming up with the recommendation from the Budget Committee of $44,861.
Thank you. Does anybody else would like to discuss this? Yes, ma'am.
To add another point of clarification, if I recall our conversation correctly, is although we really appreciate all of George's hard work, we didn't expect him to work 52 weeks in a calendar year. We thought he might enjoy taking a week or two off, so that calculation was also based on a 50-hour, or 50-week, sorry, 48? Okay, 48-week year. Oh, that's a tongue twister.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Rod Stimson, Emerson Road. Again, I'd just like to hear the select board explain their rationale or their recommendation.
Would someone from the select board like to address that?
Yeah, so it's primarily to fully fund the proposed increase for the town planner. The town has been in a very fortunate, unique situation, really since George came. George has a tremendous amount of experience, and quite honestly, if you look at his resume, he is overqualified to be the planner of town size of Durham. But when he came to work for us, because of his retirement situation, he was limited to how much money he could earn, so that's how we landed on $22 an hour. The situation has changed somewhat, so even if going to $32 an hour, that's still well under market for the type of service that we're getting. And as we've seen today, we still have a lot of work to do. We have a whole resource protection issue to deal with this year. We'll have to clarify some of the issues that came up in the roads discussion this year. There's other issues to be addressed as well. At some point, one of the things that people are really concerned about is the impact of development and growth in the town. And right now, there are several strategies that a town could adopt, whether it's allowing cluster-type subdivisions or other types of strategies that would allow development to come, but in a much less impactful way in terms of the rural character. So those are the types of things that we need a planner to be working on. And so the other piece is it's not just the rate increase, but it's an additional 4 hours per week from 16 to 20. And a lot of that time will be largely in support of the planning board. That has been another weak spot for the town, really, for a few years. Quite honestly, when we hired our previous code enforcement officer, we were all pretty new to the board, and we're not well versed in land use ordinances. And we focused on hiring somebody whose expertise was doing inspections and doing permits and things of that sort. So the land use support has been a gap for the planning board for a while. And the extra 4 hours a week will put George's professional experience to work in helping the process of subdivisions going through the planning board be much smoother and take many fewer meetings, hopefully, than is currently the case. So it's still a tremendous bargain, even at the proposed amount of the select board. So that's where our number is.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Heather Roy. I think the planning board definitely needs support. I think that when we're looking at potential revenue sources with regards to this particular department. One of the places when I did research and compared against the other 9 towns that were of similar geographic size and population, they were generating revenue in this department by charging developers more than just an application fee, but also like if George is the one reviewing, or the planner is the one reviewing their applications before they go in, in addition to their application fee, they're also being assessed an hourly fee for his time. And so I think that's, in terms of helping to offset this budget, you know, that's something that should be considered as well. I mean, that doesn't help this budget, but thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, Keith Westgate, David Lewis. I just get sort of trying to understand. Sometimes we seem to pick the select one, and sometimes we pick the budget committees.
I can tell you from a procedural kind of point, what they have agreed to do is to kind of alternate back and forth.
Okay.
If we want a different result, we can amend the motion.
Okay, no, okay, thank you.
That's a great question. Anybody else? Okay, it's been moved and seconded that Article 23 is passed to see what sum the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the Planning Board, Appeals Board, Historic District Commission budget, and that the Budget Committee recommendation of $44,861 is adopted. Everyone who would like to approve that article, please raise your card. Thank you. Everyone who would like not to approve that article, please raise your card. Thank you. No, there's no amendment on this.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, this is the Budget Committee recommendation. A clear majority having voted to approve this article, Article 23 is approved to see what sum the town will want to raise and appropriate for the Planning Board, Appeals Board, Historic District Commission budget at the total appropriation of $44,861. Now, is anybody ready to determine whether the property tax levy limit question needs to come up? Yes.
So we did not exceed the levy limit, and I can tell you that the estimated tax impact from the municipal budget, based upon everything that we voted on today, and again based on last year's valuation numbers, so in the worst case scenario, is a mill impact of 23 cents, which is a 1.1% increase total across the whole, even though that's the impact of the municipal budget on the total tax rate, 1.1%. Again, that's just municipal, that doesn't include school or county or the overlay, that's just the impact of the municipal budget.
Okay, so here's what I would recommend. This next warrant article, 24, is not necessary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read it, and if there's no motion and no second, then we'll move on to the next article. So Article 24 provides to see if the town will vote to increase the maximum property tax levy limit established by state law in the event that the municipal budget approved by this referendum results in a tax commitment in excess of the maximum property tax levy limit otherwise allowable. The tax levy limit is $1,690,543. Is there a motion? Okay, Article 24 having failed for the lack of a motion, we'll move on to Article 25.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, please.
I would like to move, we've done this in years past, I would like to move that we consider Article 25.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I would like to move that we consider Articles 25 through 35 as a single vote here at town meeting. This is something that we have done for the last several years.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, your name gets right. It's been moved and seconded that we address Articles 25 through 35 as all at one time. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Now where Meadow Road road. So there was one in particular that I felt warranted. It was because of a topic that's come up a few times. So in Article 26, if I've read it correctly, it's basically granting blanket authority to the select board to administer grants. And I'm certainly in favor of the principle of administrative expediency behind that, but there's been a lot of talk about 400,000 plus of ARPA grants, which represents 10% of the total annual municipal budget. That feels to me like that's one where I would at least want some perhaps additional oversight, or I know there's public hearings, but can we at least perhaps have a debate about how that gets